Why, hello. Welcome to. Do you know what's my channel called? Oh, that's right. It's called My So-Called Life. How are you doing today, Commander?
Oh, all right. Just getting home from work and then taking my mom to McDonald's and then
Man,
coming
that girl
home and
sucks.
then being tired and all that fun stuff.
Yay. I'm walking around setting up like I always do because I'm the king of procrastination.
Well, I am also king of procrastination too. I
it's
am
a
the
skill.
emperor of procrastination. I only do things when I have to. That's why the algorithm is shitting out on me.
Do you know what though? I think it's everybody, not just one person. It's you. Everybody's saying like something's happening.
Well, I think it was that whole Israel getting walled by Hamas and then Russia. Because that's actually when that happened. Within 4 hours, the algorithm changed.
Oh wow.
It started to recover. And I won't know until tomorrow because Wednesday is usually my shittiest day as far as views go. But I'm at 284.
Awesome. Awesome. How's it going, trees? Oh, my God. It is a mess in here.
And then my next video, I'm going to actually be addressing that whole Israel Palestine thing from the perspective of why did Russia support Hamas and what do they have to gain by starting this shit? And then in that video, I'll be announcing a Patreon because, of course, I've been told so many times that I am a shill for Soros and the CIA and just about everybody else. And now I have some kick-ass audio from a friend, so we can talk about how shitty Soros is as far as sending the checks that I must be entitled to. And can you please help?
Why, hello. Do you know it's going to take me a while to get used to the fact that I changed my channel name to My So-Called Life? It's going to take me a second to get used to that.
I'm afraid of changing my channel name. It'd probably be better in the long run, but you know how well represented my channel is as far as a Google search. You just type in Commander 401 and it's the first thing that comes up.
It's
At
because you
least
have a
when I
unique
do it.
name. Man, where am I hearing? You know what's so funny? I have so much electronics going on in here. It takes me a minute. And now I'm craving Panda Express. Hello, how's everyone doing? Trees, great to see you. Great to see you. I'm still turning everything on in here. I'm on the tail end of my Pregnazone adventure.
Well, that's kind of good. I gather that means you're not having to use it all that much.
Yeah, but the fact that I have to use it in the first place is telltale sign on how bad the air is around here and my lungs in general, says the guy who smokes. All right, awesome. Awesome. All right, I think.
And I lost about 15 pounds since I had got my passport. So I'm actually worried I look significantly different enough where it'll give me problems.
You know what? Whenever I use my passport, I just assume they're going to give me drama no matter what. I just, especially in today's airport, they give everybody a hard time. It seems like one of those weird requirements, like you have to give everyone a hard time that you come across.
Well, if they
Yay!
give you a hard
Hello.
time, if they're I remember after 9/11, right? They were showing how petty the TSA people were, but yet the news people were able to get some really scary stuff past them. They would be bitchy about liquids and stuff like that, but the news people were still able to get some scary shit past them.
Hello, Waternay. How are you? How are you? You should come and join us. I don't know how long I'm going to go tonight because I'm in immense tooth pain, but I'm heavily medicated, so I'm going to give it the college try. Oh, man. Last night, I made the mistake of I handed out Halloween candy. I had such a good time, but because I'm on prednisone, I was munching the candy. And I know the candy hurts my teeth, so I did this to myself. And really quickly, this program is for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every single human being on planet Earth. I hope everybody has a great evening. Hey, Pam. Hello, hello. How are you?
See, what my friend here was trying to say is everyone has opinions and everyone has assholes. So we are sometimes going to be assholes sometimes. So, dude, let's just be friends and grow up.
Oh, now you got me singing War. Why can't we be friends? Oh, there it is. Okay. Making sure the chat's up and everything. So I have a ton of stuff that I'm going to be doing this evening, but also I'm going to sit here and commiserate over what was the Godless Sewing channel. I think it's time for a change. I am no longer as angry as I used to be. And let's be real. I started the name Godless Sewing in 2020 when I was trapped in the house. So I'm still Godless Sewing. I still go by Godless Sewing, but my channel will now be called My So-Called Life. I think it's time.
Yes. 2020, when the biblical villain Karen was unleashed upon the earth, and we all thought we were going to die.
So it was yeah. So here we are. New channel name. I have to find my notes. And before I get too ahead of myself, this stream is dedicated to Mark Short and anyone who is or has suffered from cancer. Somebody who meant something to this channel recently passed away, and I will never not talk about it. So this stream will always be dedicated to Mark Short and anyone who is suffering. And because I'll be there one day, I hope somebody keeps the torch. We're having rolling power outages in my neighborhood. Are you familiar with those,
sucks.
Commander?
Is that like when George Bush was president and they were like pumping all the electric out into neighboring states and then bringing back and burning the electric so that you guys had to pay premium, or is it just because of all the EVs that people are plugging in?
Hey, Joy, it's because we had an extra long summer and everybody was running their air conditioner. So we had a this is my conspiracy theory that we juiced the grid. Just like there's 10 million people I'm sorry. in the last census, just LA County alone said there was 10 million people. I think it's closer to 20, but that's a different conversation. Just in LA County. And so because of that, we juice the power grid. Yeah, trees. Mark meant something to. I've known Mark for over 4 years, so it hit me hard. And because the Santa Ana winds are coming, they're doing everything they can to save the grid. Mark Mark made it to the end. He can rest now. Absolutely. Absolutely. It last week it was confirmed, but I kind of had a feeling already, you know. Oh,
Cancer takes you fast. I had a relative that was helping take care. I had two relatives helping me take care of my mom outside of my brother. I have one more cousin left here, and but her mom basically it was like I have stomach pains, and then within 2 months she was dead.
yeah, it's cancer's real. Same thing happened to my father, his father. You know, it's one of those things. And I keep on saying, "Oh, we have to push forward and we have to continue," but it's okay to remember people like that. Do you know what's so funny? I can't believe I'm about to quote Doctor Who, but like when Matt Smith turned into Peter Capaldi, when he was transitioning into Peter Capaldi, he said, "It's okay to change as long as you remember who you are and who you were." You know? So Mark is definitely somebody that will never be forgotten around here because he made the Godless Sewing channel what it was. Oh, man. And so I'm going to grab my cape before I start crying. I am 12 minutes into it. We're 12 minutes into it. Thank you so much, Pam. Thank you so much. Let's start sewing, huh? Oh, and that's another reason why I changed my name because I want to focus back on what's important. I'm not as political as I was 4 or 5 years ago. Or I should say in the same direction as I was 4 or 5 years ago. And I dropped a pen. You still there, Commander?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of something to talk about that doesn't have to do with the thing that you just suggested. So you said political, and my brain went political.
No. And that's another thing. It's not that I'm non-political. I've just found that you and I agree on a lot of things, you know. But I've found that what happens is that when you have a political channel, people thank you so much, Pam. Um people start going further left or further right. And I noticed it within a crowd that I used to hang out with. And now, truth be told, they're saying a whole other spiel than they did 2 or 3 years ago. So I try to stay on course. Do you know, I was in here sewing by myself before I had my Instagram, before I had my Twitter. All of this existed, you know? And I have to remind myself that because to me, that's what was important was sewing. And
One
I got,
thing,
oh, sorry. In 2020, I got caught up in the boredom of like needing camaraderie, which I still do. I'm not saying that I don't, but you know,
yeah,
yay, hi,
for,
Joy.
for anybody who doesn't know, just look up my Hebrew name and then type in Karen. And you will find the word Karen in Daniel chapter 7, verse 8, and Daniel chapter 8, verse 9. The significance of that is that's the villain of the Hanukkah story in the Jewish tradition. and the fucking Antichrist in the Christian tradition. And that's the only thing that I know for sure, that the Bible actually predicted that Karen was evil.
Yay. It's hard to live in that angry space 24/7. It's not that you don't care or that you don't not active about important issues. It's that sometimes you need a break. I'm at point break. Call me Johnny Utah. Me and Patrick Swayze are about to go surfing in Australia. For anyone who's seen
With
that movie.
Elvis.
No, at the end of the movie, Keanu Reeves is a police officer, and I'm giving away the movie. If you're not into surfing movies, it's okay. If you are, spoiler. At the end of the movie, Keanu Reeves finally catches up with Patrick Swayze, and he surfs the biggest wave ever, and no one finds him.
I just added with Elvis because Elvis is everywhere.
I love that song. Thank you so much, Joy. Do you know what's so funny? I'm thinking about going all the way around because I liked how this looks. I'm going to sew this evening, but I'm thinking about going all the way around now. But at $3 a pop, every time I go to the counter, this cape gets more and more expensive.
I think
Yay!
that looks
Hello,
awesome, and like 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, to have a cape like that, you'd have to be a very rich person.
And purple in general was so rare that exactly what you said, like you'd have to be extremely like emperor, king, queen, or something in between, you know.
As far as gemstones go, the rarest color in nature is actually blue.
And Karen slayeth unto these thou get thy manager. Oh, speaking of being a Karen, I think I've officially broken up with Amazon because they had me cancel my cowboy hat because it's gonna take 3 weeks to get to my house, even though I ordered it a month ago.
Hmm.
I need a new cowboy hat because my cowboy hat is getting so ratty that let me grab it real quick. I have completely sewn my cowboy hat together. The buckram is completely separated, and so the bill and the top of the hat are completely different. I have completely sewn around here, and so I was like, okay, it's time for a new cowboy hat. That was a month ago, and Amazon still has not delivered me because I wear these things every day. I order ones that I can beat up because I wear them every single day, and this one, as you can see, is extra ratty. But cowboy hats are funny that way. They're like shoes. They don't fit until they're almost disintegrated.
The closest hat that I had anything like that was my grandfather's fedora. And as you can imagine, if you have a leather jacket and a belt, you are Indiana Jones.
I loved those movies. I have not seen the new one, but that look is amazing.
Da 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 da.
Do you feel that they've Waterne, why don't you come in and discuss with the class? Do you have you seen the newer, or is it out yet, the new Indiana Jones?
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, it was it's different seeing Harrison Ford, as old as he is, basically being a mummy. And when you were watching it, you realize something, that a lot of the things that he went through in real life with someone his age, his bones would have been dust. But it still was entertaining. It still was fun. And I do not know why Ben Shapiro got his knickers in a twist. I didn't see anything that he was bitching about. Because, I mean, everyone was in character.
The thing with remakes, I think, is that we have this nostalgic view in our head, and then they make Picard, and you're like, "What is this?" I like a nice fedora. My head is too big for a fedora. I wish I'm a cowboy hat and ball cap kind of guy. My gymnastics team in high school had a routine to the Indiana Jones theme. That's awesome. With a live band. That's awesome. Indie punch Nazis, and I approve. Indie was doing that before it was cool.
Well, actually, it was always cool to punch Nazis.
See, that's why
Did
you're here,
you
Commander.
realize?
You were so quick on that. I got whiplash. You were so quick on that.
Do you realize that, like in the 1930s, the synagogues and churches and just decent people would pay unemployed young men to go out and beat the shit out of Nazis in New York City?
Wow. Sign
And
me
then
up.
the Nazis had a little meeting at Madison Square Gardens, and Mayor LaGuardia sent the boys in with the billy clubs. And that's why we got an airport named after him. Way to go, Mayor LaGuardia. You sent the police in to deal with Nazis the only way you can. I mean, literally, that's the only way you can deal with people that deluded. If you want to go out and start murdering people for no goddamn good reason, then you need to have your skull cracked open.
Trees and I literally had the same sentiment. Oh, that's so funny. Now I have the Indiana Jones theme song
Maybe
stuck in my head.
we'll always take volunteers, of course.
The reason I asked that is about Indiana Jones is because I am having this never-ending struggle between loving remakes and really not like being like, "Oh, this is garbage," because like
Well, the new ones are their own. Well, the last one was its own thing. They tried too hard with the one before it.
your mic, you kind of you went down like a octave on your mic. Are you still there? As the Indiana Jones theme song is blaring through my ears. So here at the my so-called life channel, my new motto. Oh, hold on, I have to look it up again because it's my new motto. Oh, it's lots of breaks and naps. Here in the house of sewing, I'm gonna accept my age. I dodge
How's
it.
everything?
You sound great. You sound great again. Tonight I am finishing. I'm gonna try to finish my cape because I've added a ton. Here, let me make myself bigger. I've completely
This
gone around the edges with the gold. I'm going full Roman on this one.
this mic actually has a little issue where you need to have it about 3.5 inches away, or else things really start dropping off and it winds up not getting all the frequencies.
I understand.
It's
Mics
an
are picky
Audio
though.
Technica 2020.
I was thinking about going through all the fabric that I've recently purchased, but then I realized that I'm having delusions of grandeur because I'm on prednisone. I need to organize all of my fabric. I'm taking any suggestions. Keep in mind, I'm a real life hoarder. I have stacks of fabric right here, and I have stacks of fabric in my closet. Speaking of breaks and snacks, be right back in 30 minutes since I ate something I'm not eating. And I'm not even on. I'm eating everything. I am like, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just need to stop eating everything, actually. I don't know how I'm still losing weight, but
I am extremely active. If you like, I should be 10 times bigger than what I am, but I am one of those people who I never stop moving. Even when I'm not on prednisone. And so that's my crackpot theory. I really sometimes it might be my physiology that just keeps me thin because my predecessors were extremely thin. Well, at least on
I
one
think it
side.
might be all my caffeine. My caffeine consumption is inhuman. Trying to stay awake for when see when I want to be awake, it's hard because when I want to sleep, I have everyone in the house, including my mom, wanting my attention, and she has Alzheimer's. So
I know the feeling. Mine doesn't, but she's that's something that runs in my family as well. I totally understand. My suggestion is get a warehouse. It's coming soon. Oh, I didn't go thrifting today. Instead, I cleaned a corner area of my kitchen counter. Do you know what's so funny, Pam? I do that. I tell myself like, okay, today I'm going to start in the kitchen and just work my way through the house and get as far as I can, you know. I do that often. My suggestion is get a warehouse. I wanna buy a business out like where what Modelo Man has. I want to know how he has access to all that fabric. He would think I was crazy though if I walked in there and I was like, "Hey, can I buy everything in here and the building?"
be like Bart when he bought the factory. Just sitting in the chair with the fire extinguisher going wee down one end and wee down the other end.
Because you and I are around the same age, first, I would never advise doing that, but it's lots of fun. And it doesn't propel you like you think you like it will, unless you are 80
Oh, I
pounds.
know. I know. I'm very aware because I played with fire extinguishers. They're fun to play with.
They are. I have a bunch in this house because I'm accident prone, but like with the decommissioned one, sometimes we'll just let them out because we're bored. And at my job, it's zoned to make a mess. I have a storage unit that's basically the same size as this garage that's filled from it's just stuffed to the gills. So I kind of don't know. I don't know. But with my fabric habit, I want to be more organized. I have stuff everywhere and I have encroached into my closet where I now have a stack that's like I'm 5'9". The stack is up to here. What would that be like 4'7"? I have a lot of fabric in that room. And every time I walk in there, because I'm weirdly organized, so I can walk in there, I can sit in my chair, but then I'm looking right at the fabric and I'm like, I have purchased so much fabric. And I'm not even talking about with my new downtown adventures. I'm talking about just within the past 2 years, I have purchased a fabric store.
I wonder how long you could go without buying fabric before you ran out of it.
Um, I could go probably until the end, probably until my birthday, which is in February.
My birthday is November 28th. So let's throw a party. I'm going to have a party on my channel.
I have this whole room is nothing but like earthquake. This room is earthquake safe, so I have rafters everywhere, and this room is stuffed. But I want to be able to look. I want to be able to look at my fabric. Like, I don't know if you can see it from here, but there's rolls behind my eagle over there, which I don't know if you can see it in the corner, but there's rolls of fabric in there, and I want to be better organized. I'm thinking about building something to hold that because let's be real, I do own every tool known to man, so building something isn't beyond my expertise. But I'm trying to get serious, you know.
What's fun about having all the tools known to mankind is, well, you got a machine shop, right? When I had a machine shop, I just made stuff that no one else had just for yuck. So, like, you see my channel, right? No, it went on YouTube with less than 100. Well, I wouldn't say 100, but God, thousands of subs does what I do. And I'm the only one with less than 300 subs that does this stuff.
It'll
At least
come
that
to
I
you
know
though.
of.
It'll happen though. Like I was talking about this on Monday. Someone I really respect quit because they only had 200 subs. And you know, I'm not here to tell anybody anything, but like sometimes you have to keep going. I was at like 200 in the beginning of this year. You know, it was just maybe last year wasn't my year. You know what's so funny, Pam? Recently, my next door neighbor, he's doing a fire sale. I still think he's wanted by the mob or something. I don't even care if he hears me. He's moving
Well,
really fast, but
I
he gave my son a bunch of power tools, and I'm like, really? You're bringing sand to the beach, but we'll bring all these. Welcome to the fleet. I love
I
power tools.
kn-
Sorry, go ahead.
I know that the algorithm, it says, "Oh, you've got no one sub to you. You got no traffic. Well, I'm not giving you anything." And then it it basically it's a recommendation system, so it needs data. So unless you get something that people manually share virally, you're pretty much screwed until you get at least 200 subbies. And then it starts, because I noticed that after I broke 200 subbies, there are videos where it just regularly recommends it, and I hope that continues. It's just not recommending it like it used to after Hamas did the shit in Israel.
Well, I think also part of the problem is too is that people's interests change. A year ago on all my pre-records, I was getting like 1,000. I looked the other day. A year ago, I made how to thread a tiny tailor sewing machine. I looked last night. I said, oh, I had to double check. I have 10,000 views on that video. There are 10,000 people that wanted to hear me ramble about how to thread a tiny tailor sewing machine. You know, you never know. I watched Pam's video about how to rewire a lamp the other night because I actually need it because I have to do it in my son's room and the middle bedroom. And I needed a
I
refresher's course. And you never know. And that video had a ton of views on it because it kept on popping up. So I finally just clicked on it.
I know that when I get back from Ukraine and then everything financially stabilizes again, I'm going to start spending some money promoting some of my videos.
You have to be careful with that though too, because mass promotion, like some people, they'll say nasty things to you because you're introduced to people that you would have never seen. You just have to be careful with
Oh,
that.
I've already got that. There's one video how to stomp a Russian troll. That was specifically because I wasn't promoting the video, but there was a Russian troll that was just like p- putting sexually, racially charged, sexually explicit shit in my chat. So I wound up basically going to that guy's channel and I found out he was an incel. He literally had a video on wanking. And so I said, this is too good.
Really quickly, oh, we'll be here for you, Butterfly. We'll keep the light on. I have that Motel 6 thing in my head now ever since Kilroy made that comment. I needed a refresher course, Pam. and it made me laugh because your video kept on popping up. It kept on popping up, and I was like, you know what? I should watch that because I need to remember how to do this, fast. So it made me laugh. It was a great video. But you had a ton of views on it. And we forget over, and the whole reason I'm saying this is because you never know. And you shouldn't give up just because you're not having a good year. And I know that sounds crazy to some people, but it's more or less the long game.
Well, a lot of my CGI videos, when you look at the number of views that a lot of them have, it's maybe less than 200. But there's always about 3 subby boys for every video.
That's important.
Almost.
That counts more than the views sometimes.
So it's not in the recommendation feeds, but I know that if I either promote the video, I'll get a bunch of subbies. Like the last Operator Shark Ski video had maybe, when I looked, 117 views and over 10 subbies. So YouTube said, we're not going to suggest this anymore or you'll blow up too fast.
Oh. The only problem about sewing these is that they're intricate and you have to get into every single little nook because you do not want these things popping out.
So you're basically having to sew every single leaf down so that it doesn't pop out and then get broken off, right?
Yeah. How are you? Hello. Hello. Great to see you, Happy Maker. Welcome. Welcome. I was wondering where you were. That's the question of this evening. Who am I? Because now I used to endlessly promote myself and say, this is the Godless Sewing Channel from the Godless Sewing Channel. Do not forget to subscribe to the Godless Sewing Channel. So now I'm going to have to say, this is my so-called life. Do you know what's really funny, though? Being angsty and having a bunch of issues really coincides with my so-called life. I'm from the 90s. I loved that show. So it's perfect. Hi, Kilroy. Yay.
I
Hello,
asked who
Carol.
I asked, who am I? And then I looked. And you know what? When I was going to work on Halloween, I went as a human. Now, normally I have flippers and a beak and the power armor. So I think I'm going to retire the human avatar and stick with the penguin.
You know what? I even went as far as bringing my friend Ben Cisco to the stream because I'm a Star Trek geek. I downloaded this picture. Please do not worry, Godzilla is still in there, and the picture of back when I used to do sit-ups, it's there as well. But I'm changing a few things here at my channel, so my so-called life needed some Star Trek. But Godzilla is still there, so no fear. Godzilla is still here.
Godzilla Jesus loves everybody.
And that's another thing. Like, I've had that in this computer for over 3 or 4 years. It's time for a change. It is time. I've had the same avatar for 3 or 4 years. And I know that's how people identify me. And I'm not even trying to be like, oh, I'm looking for a new audience. I'm looking for an audience, but it's not even rebranding. It's just time to grow up a little bit. Just a tinge, a smidge.
I will never grow up. And you know what? My mom has a Snoopy hanging, coming down from a parachute, hanging on her ceiling in her room. So you don't have to grow up.
What did I say? I said last week, growing old is mandatory, growing up is optional, or is it the other way around?
Well, growing old is easy. Growing up is hard.
I have a shirt that says that because it was from my predecessor, and I always invert it. Growing up, you mean you aren't 24 yet? Do you know what's fun? Just flip that around. I'm almost to the point where you just flip that around. Oh, that's so funny. And now that go ahead.
Mippet seen my picture and I asked her, "How old do you think I am?" And she guessed about 10 years younger than I was. So, still got it.
I love it when people do that. Do you know, like, if someone is referencing me as inexperienced, it kind of triggers me. But like when someone's like, "Oh, you're this and this age," I'm like, "Thank you for being nearsighted. Thank you," because I'm not. Because people get my
Oh,
age wrong all the time.
you know, it was fun, right? It was a few years ago. I was at a campaign thing and Mark Warner was there. And I asked a question and he's like, "I've been saying that stuff before you were born." And he was talking about in the 90s. So he thought that I hadn't been born in the early 90s.
I get that from 30-year-olds sometimes who are like, "Oh, back in my day." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" Or they'll reference something. Like if you bring up Pokemon, I know you're just now almost hitting 40. Almost. Not even close to
But
40.
Pokemon's still around. So, Pokemon is going to be like SpongeBob.
But that stuff came out, all that whole craze came out when we were in high school, you know?
Yep, Pokemon. They had the gold Pokemon and the things in the Burger King, and they had Team Rocket where, oh my god, you knew that the dude was he just needed to come out of the closet. It just wasn't
Hey,
right that they kept him in the closet.
Team Rocket was just dramatic, okay? They were just dramatic.
And then you had Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series, which my brother had to quit. He said that he was actually the original voice of God. I'm trying to remember the character, but they basically had to get a new voice for it. It wasn't Joey. It was I don't know, but he was actually one of the voices in the beginning
I
of it.
actually know a couple of those characters because Isaiah got into a lot of that stuff because at the dollar store by my house, for some reason, a lot of anime was for sale for $1. I bought every DVD. So we got really into Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I was Googling it, looking for all the episodes I didn't have. We got really into it. Pokemon is okay. My son is 23 and loves Pokemon. You know what? I was so shocked when Isaiah wanted to go see the Five Nights at Freddy movie because he'd been into it for so long. So I completely understand.
But like, if you look at like Yu-Gi-Oh, the fate of the world is decided by children's playing cards.
I love those movies though. Have you ever seen? I think it's called Ender's Game.
Nope.
Someone randomly gave Isaiah the book. It was way beyond his comprehension. I read it and then I went and saw the movie. But it was about kids being told they're playing a video game, but they were really fighting a war. That is twice tonight that I have given away an entire series. I made a jacket that I embroidered a bunch of Pokemon characters on. That's awesome. Last night I went through this like patch midlife crisis where I pulled all my patches out and started going through them because I'm going to start redesigning a few jackets. And I forgot about all the cool patches I've been amassing over the years.
How much are those machines to make your own patches? When I
Okay,
get financially stabilized, I want to
let's Google. I made a jacket that I embroidered a bunch of Pokemon characters on. I have a short of the okay. Oh, I have a short of the jacket. It took my brain a second for me to comprehend. I'm still not used to those short videos. Skits, I see your comment now. It is now stuck in my head. Rah rah sewing teen. That guy really knows how to sew. Russia's greatest love machine. We have to change that to rah rah sew poutine.
Oh, Rasputin was Russia's greatest love machine. Wasn't Rasputin like a shithead that even he was a supporter of the Tsar, who the boyards who supported the Tsar basically killed because Rasputin was a piece of shit, and they had to like poison him, shoot him, wrap him up in a rug and then throw him in the river, and he still almost got out. I mean,
He was not joking. Oh, that's funny. Do you know what's really funny? Speaking of the pandemic, during the pandemic, I watched every documentary on Earth, and I really didn't know. Like, I knew the picture, I knew the face, I knew some of the lore behind it. I'd seen all the Disney movies, but I never knew the real Rasputin. I was like, oh wow, oh wow! It's one of those documentaries I stayed up till 6 o'clock in the morning to watch. But the women really loved it. Well, Rasputin was a piece of shit who needed to be wrapped in a rug and tossed in a river. Doesn't make a good disco song. Makes a great rap song, though. All right, all right. Now I have Rah Rah Rasputin stuck in my head. We're going on almost like 2 or 3 months of me singing that song.
And what I mean by financially stable is the moment my employer basically I make it official and get the time off, they basically cut the amount of work they're giving me in half to try to get me not to go.
Awesome, Pam. Awesome. Let me look it up. Embroidery machines are They're expensive, but I'm gonna tell you, and I might get kicked out of the club for saying this. Like, you would want to get something better than what I have. Like, I have a PE 535. There are so many different versions. Somebody who stalks me sent me this machine years ago. I've told the story a million times. I got this machine for free, but like it has its issues. But I have used almost every selection on it. I've added stuff on it. I don't think it can be used in the way that I need it to be or that I want it to. But with that being said, I made a bunch of cool patches. Like, I would recommend doing your research and getting something more new that has a ton of space to be programmed. Because with most, you could go online and you could go and design your own patch and then come back and put it into your machine.
I have so many like images that I made that would make awesome patches.
And I'm not anti personal. I'm not anti personal embroidery machines. It's just the one I have has its limitations. And I'm all about being honest about sewing equipment. Like I will not lie to you about any sewing machine I've ever come across, except for touch and sews. I love those things. I wanted to do this on my machine, but it just didn't seem right doing this on my sewing machine. I'm one of those weird purists where I still hand sew almost all my patches. But that's more of a purist kind of thing than anything else.
So probably around, I'm hoping June of next year, I'll have enough money to get a killer laptop. Does anyone remember the Imperial March? What would you think about penguins in the power armor doing like the Imperial March? Kind of like a
Uh,
really dark thing. I'm
we all
sorry.
know. No, I now have the da 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 stuck in my head now. Great song.
Dun, 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 dun. Because they're emperor penguins. They're imperial penguins.
We all know how much you love touch and sew. It's more one of those oddities where I don't know where the beef is, but I kind of
I will
understand.
tell you where the beef is. You see, the flat earthers, right? They're so numerous and they keep trying to get to the ice wall, but we keep stopping them and we turn them into Soylent Green and then we sell it to Wendy's. And where's the beef?
I now have the Imperial March and a slogan from was that from the 80s or the 90s?
I think it was like the late 80s, early 90s.
Because if I remember it, it's the late 80s.
And then you get into the late 90s and it's like, fuck, where's the beef? These things suck.
Yay, everyone's saying hello, hands. Hello, hello. World famous hands. Oh, usually leave them on the dryer. All right, give me a second. I have the one good pair of headphones in the. Oh, they're right there, bro.
Oh,
That was a snake. They would have bit you a couple of times. I love you, buddy. He has officially smashed every pair of headphones in his house, and now he's gunning for my headphones.
Yeah, whenever I'm not home, I basically gotta hide the computers. My mom fragged another computer. Luckily, it was not any of my good ones. It was an older one I let my brother use. But she's slowly but surely destroying every goddamn computer in this house.
My son's on a quest for that with headphones. He's just rough on stuff. Kilroy, what you're saying is true, though. I could go off about shrinkflation because I've said this a million times. I would get these muffins from Smart and Final. They were the size of my coffee plates. Same muffins, same price, are literally a quarter of the size now. You could fit two of them on the same plate now, but they charge the exact same for it. And it's not I thought it was just my local Smart and Final. It's all of them. Now I just have Rasputin stuck in my head. So now that I'm taking my channel in a new direction, um, should I continue on my old reign of terror of like wanting to make my own parachute?
I would suggest not actually making your own parachute.
Do you know nobody? Do you know no one has supported my life choices to make my own parachute? And for the record, it's illegal to jump in the United States of America without a professional parachute. Do not take any legal or medical advice from Godless Sewing. I'm a goof on the internet who loves to sew. But I'm definitely I'm still thinking about that. I'm still thinking about, I went looking for my flamenco print. Do you know this whole sewing channel crisis started when I went looking for my flamenco print and could not find it? And so it's encouraged me to clean this entire house. And I still haven't done my flamenco print, but I have 4-foot high stack of fabric. No medical advice, human, machine, or otherwise. Absolutely. I have been obsessively watching the Animatrix again. All right, let's get back to finishing this. This is the part, like, because these capes look amazing, but this is the part that stinks of having to go through every piece and intricately finish this thing. Oh, thank you, Skits, for doing your drive by Rasputin. I officially now have it stuck in my head. Oh, right. So now that I'm my so-called life, can I start rocking an earring? I don't have hair like Wilson Cruz. But should I start rocking an earring like it's 19? Alexa, what year did the television show My So-Called Life air on television?
From Screamnet.com. My So-Called Life is a teen drama that aired on ABC from 1994 to 1995, just for one season.
Why does it seem like it was so much longer? Do you know I saw this thing that said Tailspin only went one season, and for some reason in my head, as a kid, that thing went on for years. I should have punched the labels on my bags of fabric so I know what is in the. Do you know what's really funny? I started doing that with my fluff. Like I wrote red, white, sherbet, because I bagged those things because they shed. And I don't want a whole generation of moths to be born in my closet. You still there? Oh man. All right. So there's quite a few things that I was trying to get done this evening, but it's always best laid plans because I line up all these things I'm gonna do, and then I'm like, that will be all right. Joy will be here. We will be here. Pam, I really like your idea of organizing all the fabric. I think someone made a suggestion of like making a fabric book. That would take me forever. I wish I was that organized where I could cut a piece out of each and like catalog it. When I see people that do that, I'm like, wow, you are so amazingly organized. I am not there yet. Maybe one day.
I am going to have to get to bed. I am so tired. But it was great being here for a bit.
It was great seeing you. Thank you for stopping by.
I'll do it again soon.
Awesome. Awesome. Why, hello. All right. So let's get back to what I was doing. Let me see if I can get a better camera angle. I am just kind of sitting here. We'll go to more of an action shot, which I keep on forgetting. Do you know what's so funny? First, I keep on forgetting that I changed my channel name, and I keep on forgetting that I changed my screen as well. But I did that on purpose because just I changed one thing. It's time to, I'm one of those people that I leap. When I leap with my arms out. All right. So let me see if I can get a better angle on here, and then we can go back to finishing this thing. And the funny thing is that this cape is growing. Well, I'm kind of at this. I'm still at this angle where I can sit down, but that angle is much more exciting than the other one. And you know, it's so funny. Every week I'm like, I'm not going to go downtown. I'm not going to go downtown. And then I find an excuse to go downtown. But I was thinking about what Commander was saying. Like, I truly have enough fabric to not have to go down there until my birthday. So I really need to think about and prioritize what I'm doing. And I'm kind of taking the name change serious and it's not a project and if you haven't shed blood. It's not sewing if you haven't shed blood. I'm taking all of this serious because I take my YouTube channel kind of serious, even though I may or may not act like it. And it's it's time for a change. It's time to move on. Just a tinge. All right. Cool. I'm almost done with this, and then we'll start on the other side. Oof, that one got me. Do you know it's really funny? Hand sewing more than anything else. If you're not paying attention, you will end up jabbing yourself a few times. All right. Beautiful. Do you know when these sides get more, I'm like thinking the camera's still there. When these sides get more and more secure, it just looks better and better when it comes together. I love how the purple and the gold go with each other. And it is regal. It's one of those things. I love the look and how it's coming out. I'm so glad that I decided to buy this purple fabric in the first place and then start doing intricate things with it. As he looks for his cord. Beautiful. All right. All right, let me rethread. Let me see what else I had in my notes. I had all. So I jokingly said that here in my so-called life, my new motto is taking lots of breaks and lots of naps. But I think it's important to remember why you're here, because for the past 3 years, I've been at this unreal place of making things. You know, I need to open up my own shop. I've made quite a few wardrobes, and I'm not even kidding when I say that. So maybe, you know, I need to slow down and evaluate what I'm doing. I will continue to be the great coat maker, but I need to expand my wings. And I'm falling in love with my capes. I'm becoming more intricate. I'm learning shaping and things like that. So I'm probably going to start going in more in that direction. I say that, and then I'm going to make a coat tomorrow. I have all that fake Fendi, and I've been ever since I started going downtown, I've been looking for the fake Fendi material. And when I found it, I was like, "Oh, I have to make a fake Fendi trench coat. I have to." The fabric demands that I make a fake Fendi trench coat. I love that look, and I also love that point when people are like, "Oh my gosh, where did you get that? That looks like," and I tell them I made it, and they're like, "Oh wow." So it's definitely time to incorporate the fake Fendi into my style. All right. Okay, that did not necessarily go through all the way, but I can always re-loop it. Do you know, I don't know if this is a thing for other people, but I can always tell of like extremely cheap thread and thread that's gonna last. Extremely cheap thread is terrible at hand sewing because it'll bunch even while you're hand sewing. I started off by using a lot of synthetic polyester thread that was almost upholstery thread, and so I really didn't have those problems. And then when I started buying all this Amazon thread, I discovered that not all thread is created equal. And so over time, I've learned that even some thread like this gold, it's okay. But the spool that I bought it from, a lot of it when you hand sew it bunches up as you're sewing. It's just not well constructed. But it holds up and it looks great. And so that's all that counts. All right. Make something else from the Wendy material. You've made enough coats. Do you know what's so funny? I actually heard you screaming that. I'm kidding. You know that also not only could be Dracula, but could be a really great Jedi cloak for for a Sith. Or if you've read any of the Darth Bane books, there was a Jedi. So I'm gonna say his name wrong, but I think it was Farfalla. He was in the Darth Bane books, and he was this extremely vain Jedi. And they would always describe him as like well dressed and wearing robes and everything. He was no one to mess with, but he was extremely pretentious. That character always stuck out with me in the Darth Bane books. And I know I'm flubbing his name. Oh, right. So this could go either way. This could be Jedi or Sith. But with the purple and everything, it's more Jedi, you know. Well, I don't know. They actually were more subtle. Make a dress for your mother. My mom loves rocking she likes more loungewear. And she's much My mom wears the Barbara Bush power suit. For anyone who doesn't know the Barbara Bush power suit, it's a blazer, a blouse, and a matching pair of pants. But I call it the Barbara Bush power suit. My mom still rocks it to this day. That's a great idea, though, Joy. That is a great idea. Stop staring at me. Do you know what's really funny? I purposely moved that thing. And oh, that makes me laugh, skids. Okay, make that. I actually, where is that? You know, I buy bundles of patterns, and oh, I'm gonna have bad knees one day. Um, Let me see. I actually have a Barbara Bush suit in here. No, that's a dress. Where's the Barbara Bush suit? It's in here somewhere, as you can see my shiny head from the camera. But somewhere in here, I actually have a power suit, and I laughed when I found it. I have a ton of patterns in there. Christmas gift for sure. I was thinking about that because like uh, somebody who has everything, they're hard to shop for. And my mother is one of those people who has every earthly thing she ever wanted on, on earth, in the universe and anything in between. I was looking at a coat I made years ago. I don't wear it possibly because it's 3/4 sleeve, thinking I need to redo the sleeve. Then I might wear it. I've been doing that lately. Ever since you got me inspired to add buttons, I'm sorry, to add zippers to everything. I've been going through all my coats and I have purchased quite a few zippers lately. Had to give a motivational speech to young Mr. Hands. He's working out and trying to get buff. Anthropomorphized eagles are a sin against God. Wrong channel. My thumbnail was a complete dupe. I made my thumbnail like that on purpose. If you're expecting me to have a revelation right now, I'll say I like pineapple on pizza. Is that controversial enough? Even though I haven't had it in 20 years. Someone just unsubbed right now when I said pineapple on pizza. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Uh, oh, that's hilarious, kids. That's hilarious. Oh, all right. I finished a breastfeeding shirt for my daughter and added a zipper down the front. Keeps it contained and modest. I like that. I like that idea. I was wondering how you would close the front. Godless sewing hut. You know what? Changing the name to my so-called life is kind of what I wanted in the first place. I love the title. I love the way it sounds. It does remind me of watching that show. And I'm kind of shocked that it only ran one season. For some reason, I thought it was on for multiple seasons. But like I was saying earlier, I looked it up and that and like a show like Tailspin. For some reason, I thought it was longer. But when you're younger, you have no perception of time as you do when you're an adult. Oh, right. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. Oh. Perfect. Now I can come back down because this side is almost finished. I was in love with that show. My mother babysat, so throughout my elementary years, I have vivid memories of watching cartoons with a bunch of people because my mom was a babysitter, and so we would all I had one of those old school big screen TVs, and we'd all sit around and watch that show. For some reason, I thought it ran much longer. Back in the day, for those people who do not know, when you'd come home from school, there would be cartoons on television. And Tailspin was on during the weekdays. And they had this weird 1950s feel to it. I think that's why I remember it so much. But I was absolutely in love with that show. And because of the power of YouTube, recently I've been watching Out of This World. I've been watching all these shows, and it's weirdly nostalgic. And last night, oh, let me get this before I stab myself. So while I was handing out candy last night, I had a great time. It was good seeing all the kids. It was awesome. Oh God, with the hooded cape, the eagle will be a wizard. It'll be the evil eagle. So last night I was hanging out, having a good time, handing out candy. Oh, it was awesome seeing all the neighborhood kids and everything. And while I was hold on. I just have the theme song to Would You Like to Sit on All right, let me finish this. So last night I was watching an Elvira movie, and it made me laugh so hard because I remember the era. I didn't necessarily watch the movie when I was younger, but every single commercial brought back nostalgia because I'm like, oh, I remember these commercials. I remember all of these commercials. So it made me laugh because while I was watching the show, I was more or less waiting for the commercials to come because they were more nostalgic than watching the Elvira special. And it was funny, it was hilarious. I ended up watching the whole thing. I didn't even click off, but the commercials were more nostalgic than anything else, and it made me laugh because it back then it seemed like the future, and now you look at it and you're like, wow, that's hokey. Wow, that's cheesy. But back then it was the greatest thing on planet Earth, because we had this weird view, a weird optimism back then. So everything was 10 times more dramatic. Perfect. Perfect. But every commercial was like a mini movie back then. And it's funny because now we like flip past commercials. I'm like, what are you doing, Adpocalypse? And here I am watching something on YouTube waiting for the commercial. Oh, right. Awesome. Yay. Hi, Sydney. Hello. Hello. Didn't see you sneak in. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Great to see you. I remember hating commercials as a kid. Now I'll spend an hour watching exactly skits. It was so funny to me last night because like, the kids were coming and going, but like I was paying more attention to the commercials than the actual show I was watching. Great to see you, Sydney. Great to see you. I hope everything is well. I'm trying to finish my Roman cape, but I forgot how intricate these patches are, so we're going to be here for a second. All right. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yay. Hello, hello. Awesome. I'm just talking about my never-ending nostalgia. Awesome. That is one cool that for as much as I gripe about YouTube, I utilize YouTube like it should be. I watch all MTV music videos, old VH1 videos, and movies from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Do you know what's so funny? When I was a kid, I would laugh at Tuesday night movies, and here it is all these years later, I'm watching them in order. And I've been watching Tuesday night movies from the UK as well, which are pretty much better produced than most stuff nowadays. Oh, wow. Did we actually finish one side? Perfect. Perfect. All right. That is nice and secure. Every single leaf is in there. Now I'm going to start on the other side. It might not take as long. All right. Let me grab this. Yay. Hello. Hello. Awesome. Commercials were entertaining back then. Now they're just weird. Do you know they all were supposed to invoke emotion out of you, and now they just invoke the wrong emotion. And now it's like there's one show on NBC. The whole premise scared me. I won't give away the show, but they give away the scary part in the commercial. And I'm like, I'm not going to watch this. Well, I haven't watched NBC since I was a child, but they ruthlessly advertise on YouTube. All right. Sorry, I'm threading a needle, and it's just as intricate by hand, if not more than when you're doing it with the machine. And I double thread everything as far as patches. That's just a bad habit that I have. I don't know if everybody else does that, but I reinforce all of my patches just by looping around the thread. But I'm the guy that lines everything. So what do I know? Hear it, my so-called angsty life. Awesome. 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 Yay. Riley was so cute as a little witch. Aw. I love it. I love it. Halloween was awesome. The older I get, I appreciate being at home. And my hockey team plays every year on Halloween, so it's kind of a tradition at this point. And I really didn't even notice until someone pointed it out last night that almost every year on Halloween, the Kings play. And because the Kings are the West Coast marquee franchise, where we always play the opener to the season as well. All right. Perfect. That initial stroke is always important, because if you miss that, it's going to go completely through and you have to rethread it. Beautiful. It's secure, and I can start now. Awesome. Today I was trying to avoid the roads because it's always mayhem the day after or before any holiday, even something like Halloween. And I had to go on the road today and it was chaos. And it's funny because the places where people always complain it's overpopulated are not overpopulated like where I live. And it's just hilarious because I'm from the land of Karens. As a professional Karen, I can attest to that. And it's funny how everyone always complains about people and the roads and stuff, but we are the people who own 4 or 5 cars. I own 3 cars, you know? So I'm part of the problem. But I do not drive all 3 at once. That would be awkward. All right. Perfect. These things are so intricate, but it's worth it. Like I said, I'll probably end up going back downtown and getting more of these. I don't care that they're $3 a pop. I have fallen in love with these things. And hence the patch guy, the guy at the patch shop was like, "Oh, I love that sewing guy." Cuz he's willing to spend $50 on patches when he walks in. Okay. All right, is that secure? Perfect. Had the cutest little boy dressed as Luigi trick or treat last night. Same skits. I love those costumes. When they show up with the little fake mustaches, I'm always like, oh, that's awesome. From the financial desk here, and what is my channel called? Hold on, it's called oh, that's right, my so-called life. Here in the House of Sewing, my so-called life, I spent a ton of money on candy. I was handing that stuff out. I was like, here's double fist, triple fist. Here you go, kid. You would hear the kids walking away. They're like, that guy gave me a ton of candy. Because there was I live near an elementary school, so we get a weird mix of people in general. And there were not that many kids this year because every 7 years the kids age out, So it's like every 6 or 7 years we either have a ton of kids or not that many. So when I saw it was slow, I was like, oh no, here. I was heavy-handed with the candy last night, which you should be. It's all in the spirit of having a good time and having fun, I should have handed out more though with my tooth pain that I have. And I will not learn the lesson because the second I feel better, I'm gonna go probably eat more candy because I'll forget and then I'll be like, ooh, that looks great and sugary, and then my teeth are on fire. Give me one quick second. Oh man. I'm hearing all kinds of crashes and booms. I have tile in my house, and my son is working out with weights. And when he puts them on the floor, it sounds like a 3.0 earthquake in my house. Just had to make sure that the frame was still standing. Oh, I was praising you, Thread, and look, you're bunched. You're a mess. Okay, that kind of worked. All right. That is the problem. If you use too much string while hand sewing, you will get bunching. So it's that weird mix of like, do I want to constantly rethread or do I want to click on Waterday because she's here? Hello.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
I'm looking for godless sewing. Am I in the right spot?
Kilroy was like, who's the... Do you know, I keep on forgetting the name of my channel. It's My So-Called Life. It's going to take a while. Hello, Waterday. How are you this
Hello.
evening?
I'm doing all right. My mom was here earlier. We were visiting.
Yay.
Hello, Joy. Hello, Happy. Hello, Skits. Hello, Sydney. I think that's everyone that I missed while I was trying to get ready and not spend all my time typing in the chat.
Man, Isaiah's working out, and when he puts this weight on the tile, it like reverberates through my skull.
Do you run in there and shout, "No lunks"?
No, tomorrow we're gonna go buy some Rubbermaid mats. And I'm gonna make him a weight mat for his room in 10 seconds. I have the tools, I have the saws. I just need the rubber mats.
It sounds like a good idea.
We're going straight. Because I played high school football, I know exactly what to make, the exact size and everything. Because eventually one day I'm gonna sell this house, and cracked tile does not sell.
What? Isn't it rustic?
My house is rustic enough.
They have all those flippers doing those ultra modern house flips and taking out every ounce of character. So cracked tile would not be on.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm not nice to those guys when they come around and they're like, "Hey, do you feel like selling your house?" I'm like, "Get out of my neighborhood. You're ruining my country."
I watch I look at SF Daily Photo over on Instagram. I have a love-hate with that page because they show some amazing houses and you're always afraid. You're like, okay, has it been preserved or has a bad flipper come through? I don't know if I want to look.
I knew someone, and because they are no longer on this planet, I can see where they used to live, who lived on Broadway and Gough in San Francisco. It was prime real estate even 24 years ago. Long story, their living room, when you walked, it was kind of a weird apartment, but when you walked in the lobby, it was like a 1930s hotel.
Oh, wow.
Like everything was so preserved, and even the hallways, the elevator was modern. It was 1960s. But the whole building had this feel of like you felt like a time traveler being in that building,
Nice.
I guarantee you they've torn that down. Yay. I have a picture of Riley. Oh, awesome. That's the San Francisco I remember. The San Francisco I remember does not exist anymore, though. But you know what? That's just with time. That's not even anything bitter. LA, like I lived on 3rd and Loma, and the apartment complex that I used to live in is now a parking lot for the city, for the Chamber of Commerce.
I mean, not that we need to preserve something in a time capsule, but I think that it's important to recognize our heritage and not destroy it for the sake of a trend or a parking lot.
But as somebody who does contracting, like a lot of it is under the guides of making things earthquake safe.
Yeah.
Which is quite literally like the number one excuse that people make. As far as, retrofitting buildings and bringing things up to code. But like if you look at the old underground rail and the old LA above car rail, when they were building the metro, those tunnels were better built than the ones that they were putting up.
Yeah.
So they kept a lot of the old railways. They just put rails down. They're like, oh, we're not even compete with this.
My mom was remodeling the bathroom in her house, and her house was a little motel back in the day, and it was built like 100 years ago, and she had some work done, and then she was like totally remodeling it because the bathroom was with the shower was not very good. There was water damage from another remodel. Anyway, I digress. When she took out the shower and looked at the damage in the wall, all the old wood was still good, but the wood that had been put in like 20 years ago had been eaten by termites and was rotting. And
Oh, wow. That's what's happened to the patio outside of my house. Time has definitely caught up with that. And slow-mo has caught up with your picture. Are you going to jump out and then jump back?
I'll be right back.
Why, hello. Welcome to the My So-Called Life channel. It's going to take me a moment to get used to that, so I'm going to keep on saying it. My so-called life, my so-called life, my so-called
Is this
life.
my so-called life?
I heard that this was my so-called life.
It's a trendy new sewing channel on YouTube.
I ruthlessly promoted godless sewing, so I have to practice my so-called life because I would like say it over and over, and it worked.
When I was in, I don't know, 3rd grade or something, Sydney, I had a little witch costume, and I went to a Halloween party at my school, and one of the older kids was dressed up in something scary. I don't know what it was, but I just remember being frightened. So I climbed to the top of the tetherball pole and I wouldn't come down.
Good times. Good times. And the funny thing is, in adulthood, all you do is just adopt new irrational fears. It's not like you get rid of the old irrational fears and you just adopt new ones. Well, this episode is my so-called live, and my channel is my so-called life. Every time, because I have 3 channels, I have my so-called bloopers, my so-called live, and now my so-called life. But let's be real. Never mind. I won't say that. So I forgot that on a whim, I Amazoned Paris is Burning, and I'm watching it right now on my other because I watch it on YouTube all the time. But because of copyright laws, every once in a while they'll take the audio out of the movie.
Oh, that's annoying.
And so I was sitting here watching it earlier, and I'm like, I've probably seen this. I watch things over and over. I'm man enough to admit it. I read books over and over. Probably seen this 100 times. There's parts I've never seen.
Oh.
Because I've watched it. I only saw it once when I was younger. And then because of the pandemic, I would sit at home scared looking for escapism, and I would watch, Paris is Burning. And it's really strange to transport back to 1986, 1987, 1988, because the movie, they started filming in 86 and didn't stop until 89. And so it's a time capsule. When we were kids, we were always dressed in dad's clothes, and we were hoes and bows, and we used pillowcases for candy. Oh, hobos. And used pillowcases for candy. And our Christmas stockings were always dad's work socks.
I think we just had a generational split there when she said hobos and you read hose and bows.
For real. Legitimately read hose and bows. Because there's actually something in Houston. There's like a festival in Houston that's called something like that. And I wouldn't know that if it wasn't for Black Twitter. So shout out to Black Twitter. I would not have even known it existed. You know what though? Like, I'm still from the generation where we were vampires. We'd improvise our own cape and then have like teeth, and that was it. Or like because my dad would sew, he'd make me a little, 2-foot cape or something.
Cute.
But I remember that generation. I still have all of the original stockings from my family, and they're used. Good times. Good times. Do you know, last year I kind of had a horrible Christmas. So I'm thinking about doing something evil and pulling out Christmas within the next 2 or 3 weeks.
So you decorate for Christmas before Thanksgiving has passed?
Okay, I'm going to say something, and please, no one feel sad guy for me, okay, when I say this. I'm divorced. And so my ex-wife, because my son lives with me, my son usually on holidays, he'll hang out with my ex-wife. And so I've short of the 3 turkey fiascos, I've spent probably the past 10 years, I've probably spent 7 or 8 Thanksgivings alone. So don't feel sorry for me. It's not a big deal. I'm more of a Christmas guy anyways, So I'm not big on Thanksgiving because I usually spend it watching YouTube. Do you know one year I went to Burger King and this guy shamed me. I walked in, he's like, "What are you doing here?" I was like, I want a chicken sandwich. Because I'm addicted to those stupid things. This was 4 or 5 years ago, and I'll never forget that. But he shamed me, and I'm like, "You're open, so leave me alone. I want a number 8 with no tomato."
That's awful because you don't know what someone's circumstances are.
Or maybe I'm eating before a crummy Thanksgiving dinner,
Exactly.
I knew someone that legitimately could not cook, and I'd have to smile and be like, "Yeah, that's good. That's good." And they legitimately could not cook. So it happened, So I'm not necessarily a Thanksgiving guy. And short of I'm really not into football anymore, but I still watch the games. There's little traditions I do, but oh yeah, you're slow-mo again. But like I said, don't feel sorry for me. I have a great life. I spend quite a few holidays by myself, and I kind of like it that way. I can instantly tell.
Oh, good. Have to prepare a dance routine for when it's working.
Do what I try to do on holidays and get Chinese food. It's ironic you'd say that. I got Chinese food today because the power went out. And if it wasn't for the pandemic, there's a place by my house that used to be $40 to $50 a plate. And it's really good Chinese food. It's the best.
It better be.
But ever since the pandemic, they got real with their prices, and they used to never do carry out. Well, guess what they do now? So they really lower their prices. So every once in a while I get, and it's authentic Chinese food. It's there's a reason why they've been in my town for over 50 years, But yeah, I actually love Chinese food. But like I said, I know what it is to be a bachelor. I'm not I'm a parent, so I'm not alone in that sense. So don't feel sorry for me. But I kind of like spending Thanksgiving alone because my mom goes. I have a lot of family in Arizona and up north in actual Northern California. So my mom goes to where all they are. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm sewing McBlack Sheep, so I stay at my house.
So Kilroy, is that a family tradition, or do you like to spend Thanksgiving and so forth by yourself, or do you do that out of necessity?
No, I'm craving Chinese food. Grateful that it's actually in my kitchen this time.
Chinese food.
Not
Trying
a
to think
fan.
of a good Chinese restaurant by me. There's one that I go to and it's all right, but it's not one that I'm like, oh, that's like the best food ever.
When this particular place lowered its prices, like everybody in my town kind of saved the business because we were like, oh, it's affordable. And then they haven't changed because people are loving their new style, you know?
Mm.
They're not so exclusive anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There's
So
certain... Oh, go ahead.
was it expensive because of the ingredients or because they had like a famous chef or the ambiance or just because they thought that's what they should charge or
Kind of all of the above, but like it was more ambiance. You walk in that place, it's like a museum. They have giant woo dogs. They have a little garden in the corner, you know. And it's really weird to walk in somewhere so peaceful in the middle of my city, you know. It has not changed since I was a child.
Mm.
When I was a kid, it's when orange chicken first came out or first became, you know, the Panda Express. We went there and I'll never forget. I was like, okay, this is Chinese food. And I was like, they come to me, they're like, what do you want? I said, I want orange chicken. Lady looked at me, she's like, okay, I got you. They came back, they baked chicken inside of an orange peel. Because they didn't, you know, but they didn't understand what I was saying. It didn't translate. They didn't speak Panda Express. This was real Chinese food, you know. They didn't know I was some kid who was obsessed with Panda Express, you know. I'll never forget that because I looked at it. It was actually good. So orange peel chicken is actually really but that place was unreal back in the day. Unreal as far as prices. Because this was $50 a plate in the 80s and 90s.
Ooh.
So what's that? Sorry.
Kilroy says Chinese food is half necessity and half choice. I understand. I don't understand the people who like go to see family and nobody likes each other and it's all this family drama and yeah, it's like, why do you do that to yourself on Halloween? Like, or not Halloween, goodness, Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever. It's like, spend it somewhere where you can have an enjoyable time.
I live by the self bill of rights, and you do not have to be around people you don't like that, you know?
Yeah.
The Chinese food in our city is all crap. Well, I'm spoiled because I live in Los Angeles, so we get some of the best Chinese food on earth next to like China. And same as Thai food. I constantly talk about Armenian food, Filipino food, you know. We're
I've never
spoiled
had
here.
Armenian food, but I've heard it's really good.
Oh, it's so good. Anywhere where the meat is cooking in the middle of the table and you're cutting pieces off, I'm there. I am there. I'd rather drink gin and get fat on Chinese food on holidays. And that's another thing. When all throughout my 20s, I spent 11 years alone. So holidays kind of in my 20s, I worked every holiday, you know, just wasn't my thing. But I celebrate them because of my son. I want him to, you know, I want him to be like, oh, it's Christmas and get that feeling as I did as a kid.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I started re-celebrating holiday. There's certain holidays that are great to go shopping on if you get up early because no one's out. Like on New Year's Day. But I'm a compulsive shopper and bargainer, so. But do you participate in Black Friday or anything like that?
No. I mean, you know, maybe online or I'm like, I'll go shopping, but I sometimes feel that stores do sales and things at ungodly hours because people feel that they're not getting a bargain if they're not inconvenienced. And I Yeah,
We've
it's
convinced
chaos and it's way too early. And what was that?
we've convinced ourselves that as a species. Really got us doing compulsive fabric purchases. And Evan, if you're watching, I will be coming in your business. I've just been sick lately, and I didn't feel like spreading my illness. I've been on prednisone and antibiotics. Black Friday is a scam nowadays. I always say this, I'm big on math. What they do is they hike the prices up, then they cut them in half, and you're paying the original price. But you're doing it with a Starbucks coffee in your hand at 11:30 at night, on a Thursday.
I think you have to
Go
keep
ahead.
an eye on the prices so that you're aware of what's a good deal and what is not.
Most businesses do that, but I'm a bargain shopper. Even when it comes, even with grocery stores, I buy certain things here and certain things here. Walmart's cheaper for soda and face wash and things like that.
I wish Walmart would do something to make their store a little bit more inviting. I always feel like I've wandered into one of Dante's levels of hell when I go into Walmart.
Depending on your mindset, it is. I like shopping, so I like the problem with Walmart, okay? And I've said this a million times, they can afford to buy 1,000,000 units. I have a candle problem, but candles are expensive, so I don't buy them all the time. When I go to Walmart, they're affordable because they buy millions of them, you know?
Maybe you should transfer to incense.
You're stuck on a really smiley face.
Well, that's better than some of the alternatives.
It'll come back. No, it scared me for a second because I looked up and I'm like, did Waternay get hit with that Joker spray in the first Batman?
It'll be one of those creepy smiles.
That Michael Jackson picture was Stuff Up Nightmares that I saw the other day.
Ooh.
Plus, if I'm going to do retail therapy, I'm going to do it in November. I'm going to do it during summer when I'm bummed out because the summer depresses me.
How does summer depress you, Kilroy? I've heard about seasonal affective disorder for winter, but I haven't heard about people being depressed in summer.
Oh, now I have Mungo Jerry stuck in my head. In the summertime, when the summer is hot. Well, at least you look really happy. Here, let's make
good.
It big. Let's
Am
make
I
it
stuck
big.
again?
In the summertime when Waternay's it's slowly coming out. You're slowly coming out of being you're coming out of whatever vortex or region of space you are in. I know your spaceship is orbiting Earth. You're being kind to us humans.
Now I'm Nomo. I'm gonna make sure I'm not overheating, so I'm not sure what the problem is.
Spectrum. It's spectrum. Spectrum is the problem.
Yeah. Dang it. I'm gonna have to call and be firm. Oh, did you see that picture I sent you?
Oh,
pull
yes.
It up for the group to see.
Oh, that is literally my complaint. That is
mom saw it in.
I'm a professional Karen, so I jumped when I saw that. As a professional Karen, I don't like it how these new age Karens give us a bad name. I have legitimate grievances. Oh, so it's not Kilroy. That big. It's not Kilroy. That big.
Kilroy has legitimate grievances about the summer.
You would hate it here. You would hate it here. We live on the surface of the sun during the summer. That's one thing I can tell. Like when I wake up and it's like 80 degrees at 6 in the morning. I'm like, it's gonna be hot today. It's gonna be hot today.
Ugh.
The winter freezes out the dumbasses. That is one thing I always wondered about that in certain places. Does crime go down during the winter?
I mean, does it go down in the winter because of fewer opportunities, or does it go up because people are, perhaps in desperate straits?
That's a good point. Like one of the most angry days in America is Super Bowl Sunday. There's more fights and more people arrested every year on Super
Ugh.
Bowl Sunday.
Here, I'll hold up the comic for you to see.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. It's ready to go. Hold on. It's just really
Oh,
tiny.
it is? Okay.
It's just really I'm easily distracted. In the summertime,
it
God
wasn't-
is just doing 5 things.
I thought it wasn't loading.
Will you read it? It's tiny.
It says, "What do you mean you can't fix the problem? What happened to the quality you assured me of by monitoring and recording this call?"
Do you know I'm going to use that? You've literally given me ammo. You've given. I'm like, I was taking notes when I said. I said, "Ooh, that is a good point. That is gold. Why aren't you? Why are you not?"
Am I moving now, or am I still stuck?
You're still roboting.
Oh, all right. I'm going to try one more time. And if it doesn't work, I'll just give up.
Oh, the joys of YouTubing. The joys of being on YouTube. Nothing but technical difficulties, which I can't even say. In the summertime. Hi.
The weather is fine.
Okay, you're back to 1080p at least. I'm kidding. You're back. You're back. Oh, that's hilarious.
Like 480 as long as it just kept going.
Okay, now that you're back with us in our realm, and your spaceship is not, between us and the sun, look at my stop cam.
Ooh.
I'm going full Ben Cisco on my channel now.
That was such a good show.
That was my show.
Oh, it was so good. And then there were 2 follow-up things. One was they had a whole like special talking about, like what they would have done if it had continued on for another season.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then did you see the one with Alexander Siddig and what's his name, who played Garrick, and it was for what was it for? Like a charity event, and they did like a whole like separate thing while they were talking, and they found out at the end that they got together.
They've done multiple readings too.
Yeah.
They were gonna get a podcast together, and I do not know why they didn't. Since everybody on Earth has a podcast. What was what was the thing back in the day that everybody had? Because now, like the podcast, are there any trends that you could compare to from the 70s, 80s, or 90s?
70s or 90s. Oh, I was going to say everyone had a Tumblr, but yeah, I don't.
Because I'll tell you,
like a newsletter or something, but
I say this all the time. I didn't come online until later in life. I just discovered that Ed Lover has a podcast from Yo MTV Raps, and he's so conservative. I'm like, Ed, what? But he got all get off my lawn, But it's so weird to me. Everybody has a podcast.
I don't think we really had the equivalent back in the day.
Well, like people weren't able to be their own radio station. Like essentially, I'm not saying we're equals, but like I have a YouTube channel and so does Ed Lover. We're on the same plane. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, he was on MTV. No one could touch him.
Yeah. Yeah.
like nobody was getting on MTV unless you were like Tupac or any.
The ability to access as opposed to back in the day, like regular people couldn't get out there so much.
And so that's the one thing I do like about the internet is that it is an equalizer,
For good or for ill.
I'm kind of at the point where that choice is up to us at this point, What, like, I say this to my son all the time because he'll say the internet is this or that. And I say the internet is a reflection of what we watch. No two people are watching the same content over. Like, we all have our little niches and things we're into,
Well, it reminds me of that woodworker guy that I saw. Did I tell that to just you, or did I tell this when we were streaming?
So I do this all the time because you and I talk all the time, and I can no longer decipher between being online or offline. Tell you the honest truth.
Well, I'll tell it again. And if you all chime in the chat that I've told this before, then I'll just stop talking. But there was this woodworker guy I was watching on YouTube, and I hadn't seen his channel before. And he was talking about, some of the things that frustrated him about woodworking channels these days. And one of his complaints was the sexy woodworking channels. And I'm like, the what now?
Where are these for research? For research, I need to know where these channels are.
And he was really frustrated that women would come on there and like use sex to sell their woodworking. And I'm like, what channels are you watching, my friend? Because I've never seen such a thing. And the craziest thing is when his video ended, the next one to like pop up and be recommended to see was this woman in these little tiny denim shorts and this little halter top and a tool belt. And so I laughed because I'm like, okay, well, what is this guy watching, or his friends, that they would think I would want to see this when I've never seen such a thing before? So I clicked on the video, and I kid you not, it was like a minute and a half of this woman like prancing along the beach with a hammer. And I had no idea this existed.
Well, hello, Alibaba Furball. Welcome to my so-called life. We like to talk about sewing machines on this channel. Are you interested in sewing machines, my friend? Because if you are, this is the channel for you. I'm a bit quirky. My name is Godless Sewing. I may switch it to William Sewing pretty soon. I don't know. But William Sewing just doesn't flow. And plus, I have all the patches. Hello. Hi, Mr.
Welcome.
I'm new. Hi, Mr. Or hi, I'm new here. How are you?
Nice to meet you. I hope you'll come around.
Welcome, Ollie. Welcome to the. It's gonna take me so long to get used to that. My so-called life. I feel like I should do the Bart Simpson on the chalkboard. My so-called life. My so-called life. My so-called life. I'm interested in sewing this. Well, then you're in the right place. Then you are in the right. Oh, let's watch it again. And I'm gonna. So if you hear me saying that I'm from the House of La Beja, it's because I've watched Paris is Burning 1,000 times. I'm watching all the parts I've missed, and it's awesome. If your woodworking channel of choice isn't hosted by an old dude with a gray beard, you need to find another channel to watch. I recently found a scantily clad metal working channel.
That sounds dangerous.
She has a forge. She owns property. As someone who works out in the field and out in the middle of nowhere, she owns property. It takes one to know one. Just a certain things she's doing. I'm like, you didn't do a permit for that. You didn't pull a permit for that. You own your own land. You own your own land. If you're not calling the fire department for your forge, you own your own land. Joy, do not collect those. Why not? Godless Sewing swears by them.
Either
Get
that or
the
swears
most
at them. I don't
fun
know.
out of life of being a sewer and wife. Be created just by on your new Touch and Sew. A new sewing machine. Godless Sewing can't stop watching the commercial.
Do-do-do-do-do.
It is dangerous hot metal. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. And like, I'm one of those people who I tell myself, do not go in the comments. And then I go in the comments. And people say the most awful things. And I'm like, we know why we're here, guys. Just stop saying dumb things. We all know why we're here. Your algorithm put you here for a reason. You need to go outside. I swear by them to whatever I am close to them too. Oh.
Alibaba, when we were talking on the stream on Monday, did you say a French curve or a tailor's curve? I think you were talking about an antique French curve, and I showed you my tailor's curve. I do not have an antique French curve, but I would like one too. They're stunning. Oh goodness.
Oh.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
So
Dozens of exclusive features, like this new built-in needle threader for the gold.
and let's go sewing.
Get the most fun out of life, out of being a mother and wife, with new fashion, excitement, and love.
Created by you on your new Touch and Sew.
Sewing machine by Singer.
Touch and Sew.
Another first from Singer.
Be the girl with the golden touch on your new Singer Golden Touch and Sew machine.
Oh, good
Dozens of
time.
exclusive features, like this new built-in needle threader for the golden slant needle and the push-button bobbin that winds right in the machine. What a wonderful new feeling. You can do all three kinds of sewing: straight, zigzag, and chain stitch.
Touch and Sew, the push button bobbin way.
Come sew on one at your Singer Center. Choose from 5 Touch and Sew models from $149.95.
What's new for tomorrow is at Singer today.
So when people are getting all deep and they're in the brosphere, the manosphere, and they're all having these like hardcore discussions, it's all going over my head because while they're talking, that commercial is playing in my skull. On your new Touch and Sew. When everyone's getting all tough and having these great debates, I'm sitting there like this, nodding my head, not listening because I have the Touch and Sew commercial going through my head. I love that commercial. I love that commercial. If I see one, I'll keep an eye out. I've discovered all kinds of new fun stuff lately. See, I look how much fun they are having while not fixing their Touch and Throw. On your new Touch and Sew. Yes, all 3, Skits Crasher, all 3.
She needs to be careful sewing on her sun deck. She might chuck the thing off and hit somebody.
Do you know that house that she's on would be like $40 million by today's standard? I'm not kidding. And you think I'm playing. I'm not even exaggerating. It'd be some out. You're like, what is the property value of that? On your new Touch and Sew. The seaside is where you can bring back your Touch and Sew with a hand crank nice hire. Oh. You know what the funny thing is? I purchased most of my Touch and Throws in Ventura, right by the ocean. The thrift stores I go to, you literally, it has a giant welcome to Ventura oversized chair for all the tourists to take pictures on, and the ocean is right there. I mean, you can look down the street and see the ocean from where I bought all the Touch and Sews. Oh, maybe that lady was paid in Touch and Sews. And she lived in Ventura, and they all ended up at that thrift store. I live for that commercial.
It's interesting how the accent changed. You know, like there's a reason why your grandparents or whatever sound old, because it was that kind of That old-fashioned speech pattern.
It's so funny you would say that. When I hear Lucille Ball talk, she reminds me of my grandmother. My grandmother spoke like they had this, oh, come on, get some moxie, kid. Like they had that old school way. My grandfather, that's why I watched a lot of like Dick Cavett and stuff like that. I remember those people. Like because I had the fortunate happenstance of growing up around like people that were 2 or 3 generations before me. I grew up around those people, you know? So I remember that speech pattern. My grandfather wore a 3-piece suit until he could not. He would be sitting there, suspenders, nice shirt, and I'm like, he'd be like, all right, let's go gardening with his nice clothes on, you know? With a different generation. Used anchor shop. The touch and sews are like, they're so heavy. You could use them as an anchor, definitely. They had a very good sales system. That was the first one. They tried plastic nylon parts. I always wonder about that.
They tried it and never looked back, and they should have looked back.
Because technically, I have the first machine that was, well, the first Singer version. I am highly aware of American exceptionalism where we claim to be the first of everything, even though it was probably a French guy. Oh, that touch and sew commercial is gold. I have a bunch, but can I get a copyright strike from showing my own material? And I know people are like, oh, you can't give yourself a strike, but YouTube does it for you.
Well, then you just have to get in touch and say, hey, that's my own video. It's a nuisance, but it's not a, you know.
I can't even, I talk about it all the time. It's so arbitrary. Like there are rules for shorts as far as music goes, different than pre-records. But then like someone I really, really respect, every Friday morning he has a throwback jams thing where he on stream he just listens to music and talks to people. And I'm like, how are you not getting your channel taken down? And then like he was showing old MTV music videos on request, and the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm like, how, like, y'all are mad. Like they try to take my channel down over Faith No More, and they're letting this guy be Fab Five Freddy, you know.
I mean, is he talking about them? Because then it's like fair use because you're having a discussion about it. I mean, some of the copyright holders will still complain, but that's why we have so many like music reaction channels.
It's people like me being nostalgic because we're geeks and we're like, oh, I was there in 1993, or it's a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still taking machine classes. I wonder if I can get a set of steel gears to replace the plastic ones in my Athena. You could. It'd be a lot of work, but you just have to intricately match each part. You could. Theoretically. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Wow. How long have you been doing the machining class, Kilroy? I looked up like you were gonna. Ah, my word.
I do the same thing.
We're all
I
talking,
do the exact same.
and then I'm expecting to hear Kilroy's voice chime in and say, well, Waternay, blah, 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 blah.
I do the same thing. It's because we all get used, we get used to the conversations that we have. I used to have an Athena. I need to put my glasses on. I thought that said antenna.
I read antenna at first too, but that was because I wasn't paying attention.
You need to go to a YouTube workshop at their location. They change the system every so often, so they have workshops. I bet I can find one local too, because there's nothing but YouTubers around here. I still want to find. One day I was driving home from work, and there was this young man filming a rap video on the corner. He had a tripod with 6 cameras, and I thought it was ingenious. I want to see the quality of his work. But I'll never, I'll recognize it because it was on a recognizable street around here, but I'm sure he's not in the same music I am. I think they have some. Oh, okay. I was wondering about that. That internal cams and gears. A month, but it's a very quick program too. Hey, I got my welding certs within 2 or 3 months. They also assign a help person. If there was anybody that needs a help person, I need a YouTube helper. Help if there was ever someone that needed YouTube helper. Oh my gosh, that would be me. There's so many YouTubers in LA, they probably have to have a workshop at the Staples Center. Sadly, the Staples Center is now Crypto Arena. But much like Chase, I called Chase Washington Mutual for 10, 15 years after it was Washington. I still call it WAMU. Or like my mom will look at me and she's like, I'm craving Pioneer chicken. I know she's saying Popeyes, but she's bringing up a place from that doesn't exist anymore.
Well, as long as she's not trying to go to Gemco, you're all right.
I miss Gemco. Do you know my original Godless Sewing vest with all the filthy, angry, biker patches on it? My dad got that in Gemco before I was born. Quite a few things he got from Gemco. Oh, now you're really Southern California showing yourself. If Butterfly is here, she remembers the good old Gemco days. Alpha Beta.
Oh goodness.
I was anywhere that had slushies, I'll remember you. I remember Kmart when Kmart had an actual food court.
I had forgotten about Alpha Beta.
Oh, Alpha Beta was the best. There was one right up the street from my house. That's where the nostalgia comes from. Now I just have the Touch and Sew song stuck in my head. On your new Touch and Sew.
I was thinking of the fantasy music from the Kalanetics video, the whole 80s synth vibe they had going on.
I love that too. Oh, go ahead.
Did you watch the new series for Dark Crystal?
No, I did not. Do you know, and the funny thing is, I still to this day, I don't know why. I just never watched it. Is it still up on Netflix?
I hope so. I was going to watch it and I didn't get around to watching it. I watched the movie again with my friend and then I didn't watch the series.
Netflix has this funny thing of getting rid of awesome shows.
That's why I have so many DVDs. Because otherwise you go to watch something and suddenly it's nowhere to be found anywhere legal online. And then people have to resort to piracy.
As a pirate, that's what happened to me with Blake 7. Thanks, God. And I have that jingle in my head. That is such a great song. On your new Touch and Sew.
Who wrote that? Is it anybody known for writing other stuff?
I'll have to look into that. That is definitely something we're going to have to ask Sir Google. Lord Google. My local regent Google. Oh, this is going to be so awesome when I finally finish this thing without my
decadent.
Without my Touch and Sew. I'm kidding. This has definitely morphed into Roman territory. But if you think about it, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I like the gold with the purple.
Me too. I absolutely love it. And during, of course, the pandemic, I sat around and watched every Roman documentary. I don't even know why. I sat here and watched every Roman documentary I could get my hands on.
Are you
So
going to glue some of those to your head?
No. If I'm gonna go crazy, there's a difference between artist and crazy. A fine line. It is a fine line. It goes like this, but I'm on this side and less on this side. Good grief. I'll like wear a headband like Nike and not the brand. I'm talking,
You can do a headband and put 2 of those little leaf things on either side.
I've liked Roman stuff since I was a kid. And so I got really into it, sitting here for a year. And the funny thing is, when I was younger, my parents took us there, and I really didn't have interest. I was a child. They had great food. Everything was bougie, great hotels. I love the Mediterranean, yada, yada. The Vatican was extremely the definition of opulence. I'd never seen so much gold and white. I don't even know what it was, like that material they had.
I went to the Roman baths in Bath, but the trouble was I
Sydney.
kept going back to the UK, and so I didn't get to see a lot of. I went to Europe several times, but I kept going back to the UK instead of, Italy or Sweden or whatever.
I still have my picture here. Oh God, I keep on forgetting my channel name. Here in my so-called life, I went and saw Pub John Paul when they had World Youth Day.
Oh, okay.
I still have the picture. It's literally on the other side, but it was me and a bajillion other kids.
Every young Catholic's dream.
Again, they wasted the experience on somebody who was too busy looking at everything else except for where I should have been, I've been to Roman sites. It's awesome. And you know what, Sydney, I absolutely do have Hannah Parter cape, and you inspired me to start adding gold to things. So it's definitely you, Sydney. On your new touch. It is just like entrenched in my skull now. Touch and Sew song is right here, and Rah Rah Rasputin is right here.
Oh dear. It's too much. Too much.
All right, I gotta finish this before the evening's over. I had a lot of tooth pain, so a lot of what I'm doing today is acting because I'm actually in a lot of pain.
I'm sorry.
Well, I ate last night because of my prednisone. I ate too much candy, and American candy hurts my teeth. I don't even know any other way that, as a describer, than to say that. Like, for some reason, it's the sugar, but it hurts my teeth. I overindulged last night.
Before you quit Amazon, you should get some of that hydroxyapatite toothpaste.
I haven't got rid of my account because I'm going to order a bunch of stuff for Christmas and then never speak to them again.
They got you with the holiday shopping.
They do. They got me angry right before. And you know what the funny thing is? I go crazy on Amazon year round. I go even more bonky during Christmas because I'm ordering for other people and not just my selfish habits.
I was saying to a friend of mine, it's like get Christmas twice. You get all the packages. You get all the packages arriving at your house. It's like Christmas, and then you wrap them up and give them to people and have Christmas again.
I love that. I still like the surprised look on my face when my kid's like, oh, you do know me. And they're shocked when you get them something they actually asked for. I might give them a couple touch and sews for Christmas.
Yeah, I thought you loved your child.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to. On your new touch and sew. I purposely pulled out that other one and there's one behind me and there's one over here now.
Goodness.
And I'm gonna be doing I'm serious about Christmas. I might bust out Christmas in the next couple of days. At least the
Hmm.
tree.
All right.
No, because last
Well,
year
at
was
least we're
such a
past Halloween now.
last year was kind of a letdown, and so this year I'm gonna hype it up.
Oh, how come last year was a letdown?
My neighbor and I were suing each other.
Oh, that was then. Okay.
But I won my case. Here we are a year later. I'm still here and he's moving. On your new touch and sew.
Machines by singer.
I was thinking about that too. What a difference a year makes. And here we are. Same old mayhem here in the House of Sewing. New name, same old mayhem.
Have you ever done a bound buttonhole?
No.
I haven't tried one yet, but I was watching some Shannon Makes videos, and she was doing a bound button, set of bound buttonholes.
Was it difficult?
No, it's just like it's one of those things where I think it works better if you see it, because if someone just tries to explain it to you, that you like sew a piece of fabric on the outside and then you pull it on the inside and then you sew it, you're like, wait, what? But
that's real. Because there's certain things when they explain it, I'm like, I'll never be able to do this. And then I do it and I'm like, oh, why didn't they just say it like this?
I was watching a video on how to put in a pocket with a French seam, and I swear she sewed that pocket shut like 3 times. Somehow.
Do you think it was angling maybe? Or like she sewed the pocket shut 3 times?
No, I think that it was, the problem was like getting the angle, and then for the sake of the tutorial, I think she really needed fabric that had a really clear right side and wrong side. And then she needed like different ones for the front and the back and each piece of the pocket. Because it wasn't a bad tutorial. It's just a little complicated to follow at the best of times. And so she needed to have, I think, some like just outlandish fabric so that you could really see what was what. Because, you know, she's like, okay, you sew this and you sew this. And, you know, so like parts that she was sewing, it just looked like she was sewing it shut, even though upon reflection, she wasn't.
So I've asked this question before. Should I bring back tutorials?
I think that if that's something that you like to do, or you think you have something to share, because I think sometimes with tutorials, you either get people who should have edited down for the, you know, the sake of length and clarity, and sometimes people, you know, they try to show a tutorial but you don't even know what it is that they're doing until the end of it. That's one of my pet peeves. There's some that's like, oh well, this would have been a great method if I'd have known this is what we were doing. So I think that if you like it and you're good at explaining things, then there's certainly a desire for good tutorials out there.
I felt like no one cared until I started showing the more quirky side of my personality. Because I've made all of my older videos are tutorials.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a response until I started saying, you know, this is Godless Sewing. Welcome to the Godless Sewing channel. Like, you know, so it's one of those weird things.
I think you could maybe just take a different approach with your tutorial, so that you have so that you show a tutorial, but it's still in your style.
Yes, Joy, please feel free. I love learning new things and finding new channels.
Same.
Please. I am in such a show hole. And yes, I did steal that from a commercial. The old, was that Netflix? They're like, are you in a show hole? I am. When you finish an entire series and you're like, what am I going to do with my life now? Yay. I need new channels to watch.
I found 2 new channels lately. I found oh dear, what is the name of that one? Peculiarities. I'll put it in the chat. He does a lot of baking and spooky home decor. And then I found another guy. What is it?
Awesome.
Oh, dang it. What's his name's home decor? I'll pull it up.
And that's
for you and
another.
put it in the chat.
You totally reminded me of something. That's another thing. Like, I'm gonna get back in my closet, and I want to start showing the people the intricacies of my leather coats and the fact that I own over 100 or 150 coats because I'm crazy.
Yeah.
I want to start showing off my weird organization again. I like her. She makes a lot of bags. Awesome. And that's
Nice.
another thing. I'm going back to making coats. I am the great coat maker. I need to go back to my home run. Go back to my one trick pony. I
Well,
miss
I mean,
making coats. I lost my sojo, but it had more to do with all the political stuff going on and less to do with the fact that that's what I love to do. You know?
I'm not saying don't make coats, but if you want to experiment with other things, I know that there were several patterns where you're like, oh, I'd like to make this and I'd like to make that and I'd like to make this other thing. So if you wanted to do something different, you certainly have some things that are of interest to you.
I'm going to. I'm just not ruling out the possibility.
Yeah.
I'm going to. Like, I want to make that weird that cape / sweatshirt thing I showed you. I want to make that thing that rapper guy was wearing that I liked.
Oh yeah. With the caution tape or whatever it was.
Well, that was his own addition to it. Let's keep in mind, like, these kids are so sponsored. They're wearing like $700 Louis belts. Like, these kids are from a different planet when it comes to their fashion. They are the ones that are wearing Balenciaga. They're the ones that are wearing like Prada. No one I know is wearing that stuff. And I know some pretty fashion forward people. Am I almost done? Oh, I got to get that piece.
Where's the little share button? There it is. Okay, so this first channel I'm sharing is called The Lair of Voltaire. And he's this exaggerated goth guy who talks about goth home decor and whatnot. And he's great. He reminds me of Godless Sewing because he's out there being himself, and it's delightful.
I can only associate with individuals. Clones are welcome, but I'm kidding. I'll hang out with a clone too. Clones are welcome too. We're all here. Oh, I am almost done. I don't want to make that half arched, so we're going to pull really tight on these last strokes. Ooh.
So I just found The Lair of Voltaire a couple days ago. And then the other one.
You guys are so positive with the channels you watch. Waternay has seen some of the stuff that I watch. You guys are so positive with the stuff you watch. I watched 2 grown men get in a fight in the middle of a park in Atlanta. Okay. Perfect. I have fallen back into. Do you know what's funny? I'm on like a year cycle because I did this last year right before Christmas. I got all back into those weird reality shows, and I resubscribed to all of them the other night.
Oh no.
Do you know I laughed when Paris is Burning showed up at my house? I'm like, I can't get a cowboy hat, but I can get that movie within less than 10 hours. Because I ordered it at like 11 o'clock at night last night, or probably before that.
What did they say the delay was with your?
They basically sold me something that they did not have access to, and they thought they did, and they had to pull it from a different place that they thought it was more in Orange County, and they didn't realize it was in Orange County, Florida, not Orange County, California. And there's a difference. I'm like grabbing my mic. There's a difference. And so I had to cancel the order and reorder it. Because you see that face you made? I was like, you guys, do you know what makes people into a Karen? Do you know what makes Karens? Karens are not born. My villain story, my villain backstory starts off quite innocently.
It all changed when he did not receive his package.
As a professional Karen, and you know what's really funny? As of today, Amazon has given me $120 worth of gift cards. Do you know what I told them today? I said, hey, that'd be great, but you guys won't deliver anything to my house. What's the point of ordering? Hey, thanks for the $120. Nothing I order comes to my house, guy. Like, oh, it's maddening. It's maddening. And then like a little kid, I'm like looking out the window. I'm like, how come my neighbor is getting stuff delivered to his house? I think I must have really like cut somebody off who works at Amazon or something. They got my address or something. I don't know. How are you going to give me money? How are you going to give me money to something that doesn't work? They give me $120. Thank you, Amazon. Thank you so much. Now, like, come on. I want to cry for what they've done. I just want my cowboy hat. It fits my style. How can I sing Wild Wild West without my cowboy hat on? And I sing the Cool Mo D version.
The Cool Mo D version.
I used to
I
go
didn't realize that
downtown.
we had a different version.
Yeah, there's the Will Smith, and then Cool Mo D redid. I mean, I'm sorry. There's the Cool Mo D version, and then from the 80s, and then there's the Will Smith version from the movie from the 90s, where he's literally redoing. Cool Mo D is in his video. That's one thing. Will Smith did pay homage to the people before him, so I'll respect it.
And was that a remake of the theme song for the original television show?
Yes. That whole era, though, the late 90s was the beginning of the end as far as remakes. I remember because, I constantly talk about how I come from an older family. When they made the Poseidon Adventure, I remember looking at my cousin and being like, I've seen this movie. But, that was like the beginning of remakes.
I think we kind of, every 20 years we redo one.
Music is like that too, but like Jimi Hendrix singing Hey Joe is a little bit different than like a modern person just picking up a song. Because
Some people do a better job with covers than others. Like there was that 311 did the cover of, what was it? I can't remember, but it just sounded like 311 kind of singing along with the record. Whereas, other people do something with the melody or change the key or, play with the rhythm or whatever. And it gives it a little bit more character. Because if you're just going to sound like the original or like you singing the original, then I would just rather listen to the original.
True. I'm a purist as well, but let's be real. Like, do you know, the other day I saw someone, they were like, I'm watching Jaws for the first time. I said, what? But then I had to remember the world kept going after I was born. You know, like not everybody has seen the same movie. I'm not a reaction kind of guy. Like I don't watch reactionary content, so that stuff pops up every once in a while.
Mm.
Oh man, this is gonna be dramatic when I walk to the bathroom.
My word, I thought it was like 11 o'clock and it's 9:35.
Well, it's because neither one of us sleep. That's why. I love this thing as I step on it.
Wow.
Oh yeah. And I want to start getting into headpieces too. That's why I was really mad when I went last week and they did not have the red roses, but somebody had purchased it. This is awesome. And this is perfect for riding. This is me riding a horse. I love how this came out.
At first, I thought you were going to wear that with your motorcycle, and I was worried about it getting caught in the wheels and choking you to death.
I only do crazy things on the internet. There's no Super Dave around here. There's no way I could ride a bike with this. This thing is so long. Like my camera angle does not do it justice. Thank you. I don't sleep at all, Sydney. I do not. It's a bad habit. Thank you, Joy. Thank you so much. I'm probably going to continue with my but I have a question. Is too much gold? Is it gaudy to add too much gold to this?
I think that ship sailed when you decided to make a cape out of that fabric.
Thank you so much, Happy Maker. Thank you so much.
It is what it is, you know, like it's meant to be a little extra. So
I like the Roman look. I look like I'm coming to stand over my legions. Quiet down, young bobbins. Quiet down.
I think you could put some. Do they make those leaves in a smaller size, and you could do like 3 in the center of your hood or something?
I have to look. I think these were the smallest size because I discovered really quickly, like on my other ones, they're different shades of gold. So I bought another piece for the hood, but it's not this color, so I have to continue this color scheme. And plus, this gold really sticks out compared to the other one. Maybe you need a headband with a gold leaf on it. I love it, Joy. I love it. Oh yeah, I could never. I'm like stepping. Hold on. This cape is so long, it's getting caught up in my mic stand. I love this. And like I said, I made it big enough so it could fit over my vests.
Yeah. Do you ever put like a cording channel so that you can raise and lower the hem?
Not on this one, but on my other cape I have. This was all impulsive and compulsive actions. And I've kind of pieced this one together piece by piece.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I sat down and was like, oh, I'm going to, I designed everything differently. Like even the hood is huge.
Yeah. It's like a whole pocket back there.
Well,
I like
might
the
want
proportions of the hood with that cape, though.
I might want to bring some oranges and bananas with me.
Yeah, you might get peckish.
Hands-free.
You need a snack.
I can get some Pepsis in there. I just have that Touch and Sew song stuck in my head. The Touch Bobbin Way, which was a dirty, rotten lie, because the Touch Bobbin was utter and complete failure as far as that model. What's good for tomorrow? awesome. On your new touch and so. If you had asked me like 4 years ago, I'd be sitting here in a purple rose cape with gold. I would have laughed at you, but now I'm laughing at myself.
I like how that came out.
Out of sight, out of mind. Thank you, Joy.
Oh, goodness. Sorry.
Sewing, I now respect anyone that has like marching band clothes or like anything that has intricate patchwork on it. I respect your jacket because this took forever to add these patches. You godless sewing, use this touch and sew. Another sewing machine by Singer. Hide the touch and Well, when I go looking for my Christmas stuff, I'm gonna unearth a few because they're hidden throughout my all my cabinets.
Oh, my word. Just service them and get rid of them.
For some reason they have the most intricate cords. Most Singer sewing machine cords are interchangeable, but the touch and sews have their own prongs. So touch and sew power cords are actually quite coveted.
Well, it's because that massive computer in there needed Elnick power.
I have quite a few touch and sews. I was thinking about my neighbor owned a bike shop and he would put old bikes in his garden. I was thinking about putting a touch and sew in my garden. But it'll rust.
That reminds me, you were talking about storing your fabric earlier. I was wondering if you wanted to do like some brackets and wall shelves or something and have like a feature wall that's all rows for storing your long lengths of fabric.
I can do that in the house. I can't do that in here because I have expanded from every wall. Like what you see, like this entire row is all cabinets behind here, which is out from the original wall, And then behind me is even more cabinets to the door. It was an efficient idea, but I just didn't know I was going to build around that too.
So what are you going to do? I mean, you kind of have two options. You can get rid of stuff or you can start to encroach on another space.
Hold on, let me do you know, here in the house of sewing, let's make a few things clear. I'm just gonna get a bigger space, Waternay, is what I'm gonna do.
I mean,
I'm gonna keep
really
growing.
happening?
You know what, here in my so-called life, we're just gonna keep expanding and we're gonna keep growing. I'm gonna turn the word hoarding into a positive thing. You know what? I'm gonna give my State of the Union address right now. Here in the House of Sewing, I promise to give you 4 more years of the same sewing mayhem, more coats, more Mimi G patterns. I promise that I will rescue every touch and sew that I come across.
Boo.
Free healthcare for everyone, touch and sew in every house.
As long as they're coming from your house.
I probably could provide for quite a few people. And a stylist too. And if you're not into touch and sew, we'll give you a stylist. I don't know why. No, I'm condensing and getting rid of things,
Yeah.
Funny thing is, I've sold quite a few sewing machines lately, but you couldn't give away a touch and sew. I'm into them, I think she's cute. I like touch and sews.
Looks aren't everything.
Do I get to vote? Yes, you do, Sydney. I keep on saying I am in love with that James Bond style. Like I know what you're gonna say. Keep one and sell the rest. On your new touch and sew. Waternade's given me this speech 20 times. Touch and sew.
On that note, I'll be right back.
So when I come back on Saturday, I'm going to have quite a few things to sew. I've been going through my stuff and just organizing lately and getting a lot of my fabric together. I'm going to bring back sewing machine of the week, and I'm going to start working with my star material because I've purchased so much, and I really like the color pattern on that. I like the color scheme. I like the way it looks. So I'm definitely going to start working on that. And this cape is so warm that I cannot wait until winter. Oh wow. Yeah, this is definitely something I'll be working on for a while. I love the way this cape looks, but the problem is with certain projects, you don't want to add too much because you take away from what it originally was, you know? Oh, so I'm trying to have some sense of balance where I add the gold, it looks good, but it's not gaudy because I don't want to crest into it looking bad. But so far it looks great. I love the way the gold looks. I love the way it sticks out and everything. So I'm stoked. Beautiful. And you know, I'm totally trolling when I talk about the touch and sews. I am in the middle of condensing and getting rid of everything right now. As far as things that I don't use, you know. I'm a hoarder, so it would take me years to get rid of everything, but like I'm condensing just a little bit because let's be real, I'm making space for more stuff. Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you so much. If I go back, when I go back to downtown, I'm gonna look for the red version of that. But certain times of year, I can tell that people are buying it for certain things, and red roses this time of year will go fast. So I'm definitely gonna have to look for that. Ooh. I'm definitely gonna have to look for that. I'm thinking about also I've been going through all my patches. I'm redoing all my old jackets. He wants more touch and sews. I am definitely making room for more touch and sews. I completely forgot when Waternay gets back. I forgot that I was going to throw a zipper on one of my coats. I completely forgot. Do any of the touch and sews work? All of them, except for one that this man in Michigan named Fred Sanford has the power cord. I'm sure I could find a power cord closer to my house, but Michigan sounds like more of an adventure. Plus, I've never been to Michigan during the winter. Oh, that would be funny if I got caught in a snowstorm for a sewing machine part. That would be hilarious. If it's in this room behind me, the sewing machine works in one way or the other. Most of my broken or I don't know what I'm doing. Why can't I fix this sewing machines are on the other side, and there's not too many of them left. Because at this point, I pretty much know how to fix most old school sewing machines. I was thinking about that too as well, Joy, because there's quite a few things that I want to order from him because he has all kinds of stuff that's worthless to him, and he'll only charge a couple bucks. And I'm like, I'll take 15 of those boxes. I'll take 10 of those. But that's the problem when you have hundreds and hundreds of things, they lose value, you know? Even with my touch and throws, I kind of laugh because I do own quite a few. Oh man, that commercial did not. What is it? What do they say? What's good for tomorrow will be here today, or something like that. Those machines didn't last very long. Right? He does have lots of shit. I have a boatload of stuff. And that's the thing with all the stuff that I've been like giving away, I still have 2 or 3 houses worth of stuff. My storage unit is a 2-car garage that is filled. I have to go there soon. I have to, because Isaiah has a bunch of stuff that needs to get out of his room. I have to go there soon. I've been avoiding it because it is it's a mess. I have it's basically a 2-car garage is my storage unit, and it's filled. It is filled, like to the point when I open the door, there's a trash avalanche of stuff that comes out. And for the longest time, my storage unit was awesome because I would get something, put it in my storage unit, and it's like out of sight, out of mind. And 4 years later, I forgot what's in there. And because I also have the ranch, I have stuff at the ranch as well. So I'm a hoarder. I am a real life hoarder. Oh, where'd my phone? Oh, here it is. I took a picture of something earlier and I can't remember what it was, but it was extremely relevant. When Waterday gets back, I will show the picture that I took. I completely forgot about that. At least you're not a filthy one. No, I'm actually I'm weirdly a clean freak. I like my house is spotless. I have my hoarding down to this room and to my middle bedroom. My house is actually really spotless. And you have floors that that's my thing. Like also like with my living room, I do not put any sewing machine parts or anything in there because my son deserves to grow up in a house, you know. And like where I used to live before, I had stuff everywhere. This was a long time ago, but so I've decided to keep it to certain rooms. That's why I have my storage unit, because my hoarding is only to 2 rooms. And let me see if I can switch the angle. You know, just this angle does not do justice of how much stuff is in this room. Let me see if I can do this. I gotta take my glasses off because I'm trying to be cool, but I can't see. All right, let me see. There. This room is actually huge, relatively speaking. That is a whole other side. And when I say a whole other side, that is a good 7 or 8 feet away from me. Like when I go walk on the other side, I could lay down vertically. There's so much space over there. And yes, I have flags everywhere. And over here is a ton of space. This room is filled. And the blind stitcher, not only does it weigh 300 pounds, but that table is 6.5 feet, is an exact 6.5 feet long. It's giving everybody behind the scenes while you were gone. You're muted. Are you muted? Okay.
I said intriguing. What did I miss?
Oh, I'm showing off. I am a hoarder, but I'm a hoarder within reason. Organizing it will give more space. I've been slowly doing that, but it's like Tetris. I have to move something, then move it back, and then move something, and then move something back because there's so much stuff in this room.
I feel like you need to take everything out and do another layout, because when you started, you had it divided for this and that and the chair, and it kind of was started as a space that you shared with your dad. And so now I think that you have more machines and more fabric, and maybe you want to divide the space differently than you did originally.
Yeah, but I can't mess with Toodles' space. Don't make me get Peter Pan on you. Toodles and I used to fly through the universe, No, I get it. I pretty much covered up. That's the problem, though, is that this room also was kind of cut off because the entire back is all earthquake cabinets and like supplies and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
But if there was a shaker, this is the room you don't want to be in. And to warning to all my non-California friends, if you ever see me just bolt out of this room, it's because there was an earthquake and the rafters are not safe in this room. I might get hit in the head with a touch and so.
Well, at least you'd die happy.
Go out like Dale Earnhardt, right? Doing something I love. I'll be right back. I'm going to do the same thing that you were doing.
You gonna get your hair out of your face?
Yeah. Yes, I have to brush my eyebrows.
So what's going on, everybody? Any new sewing, crafting acquisitions? Read any good books? Do I have a sewing room? My house has kind of become a sewing room. Well, okay. I mean, I'm in the library right now. Some might call it the second bedroom, but I call it the library. And I have a sewing machine set up in here. And then in the living room, I have a corner of that set up as kind of a workroom. So that's kind of where things stand right now. But I like to move the furniture around, so that might all change in a few months. We'll see. Although, sewing machines are heavy, and I'm not inclined to shift them again anytime soon. Oh, I did take. I have a Neki NA in a table. It's that kind of like mauvey pink color. That one I'm going to fix up and resell. But in the meantime, I have my Singer press set up on there so that it's close by where I'm doing my sewing.
So we have officially reached the cool guy hour. I have to go put my other cool guy coat on. I forgot I had it, and I just walked past it.
All right. Let's see. Joy says, I have a duvet cover to make. Very nice. Are you quilting it? Are you putting an applique? Are you just some nice fabric that you like? Tell us all about it. I like a nice duvet cover. And Joy says, I am just in the spare bedroom of a small house. Yeah. I have a spare room that I sort of turned into the library. But it's also the dining room. It's the dining room, library, sewing room. Because the way my house is, the thing that's supposed to be the dining room is just a glorified hallway, and there's no place to put a table that is not in the way. So,
okay, Sydney has another pillow to make. I should make a pillow.
And Sydney, is this like a stuffed animal pillow? Is it a like a quilted, or what? Tell us about the pillow. This is from my sister. Haven't really looked at it. Just like a pillowcase. That's nice. It's a good way to show off some nice fabric, and Keeps your blankets clean.
I was thinking about making my own pillows because I'm in this weird impasse. I'm gonna make a body pillow. So I have a question. Is it improper to make a body pillow on stream? It's just I want to make a pillow that's like from my chin down to my feet.
Why would that be improper to make on stream?
I don't know. Someone told me, and they shall remain nameless. They said that it was improper to make it on stream.
I mean, that raises the question of what it is that they're doing with their body pillow.
That's what I asked said person, but I was like, it's just a pill. It's just a long pillow, you know. It's a latch hook pillow.
Ah.
Oh, awesome.
I did some latch hooking back in the day because I was alive in the 70s. But I don't have the patience for stuff like that.
What does latch hooking entail?
It's kind of like a crochet hook, like a metal crochet hook that has a little latch on it, and you get these little pieces of yarn that are, I guess, I don't know, 2 or 3 inches long, and you put the yarn on the hook, and then you pass the hook through a piece of mesh, and you latch on to the yarn and you pull it back through. So you're doing like a little like a little slip knot, like you might do to attach a tie down to your truck or something. And you repeat that 20 bazillion times until you have a pillow that looks like it's got some shag carpeting in like a cute design.
I don't know if I have the patience for something like that.
So, like they can be cute designs and some people find it meditative. But I don't have the patience for it.
I once made a piano cover for the church that was fun to make. That's awesome.
Yeah.
A piano cover. That sounds was it humongous? Was it half a piano? Oh, for anyone wondering, I'm thinking about adding a zipper on an old coat. I've been going through all my old coats, and anything I didn't put buttons on, I'm going to start adding zippers on them.
Oh, you could try some bound buttonholes. What?
Look at you trying to get me to explore. Good for you.
Well, it gives like a fun accent, and you could find some coordinating or contrasting fabric and, something different. Wow, that's a big cover, Joy. Joy says it's a full piano.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge. And to all my vertically challenged friends, I have one of these too. I'm here for you. I have these all around my house, actually.
I went to put a glass canister up on the shelf with the glass canisters, and I saw that it was way up there, and I was doing other things, and I didn't feel like grabbing the step ladder, so the canister went on the counter behind the juice carafe.
So I am 100% willing to admit that I may or may not have a purchasing problem. I have bought quite a few zippers lately.
Wow.
I'm crazy. If you go to Walmart and you're like, why are the zippers missing? It's because I bought them all.
You and your zipper buying ilk.
So for a trench coat, should I go 20-inch black, 24-inch black, 18-inch? So it's basically 18, 20, or 24.
I would go with longer. Otherwise, it's gonna look weird, I think.
Okay, so we're going 24, huh? Okay. Oh. But like once I add a zipper to these things, I will start wearing them all the time, just like my my yellow coat. I've already been wearing it.
Oh wow. Well, it's chilly in the morning.
It's really cold, and it's kind of Weather's back. 24, separating zip.
It's a separating zipper, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Very nice. I like a zipper with metal teeth. Oh, wow.
These.
Alibaba says, I woke up to snow for the last 3 mornings here.
Oh, wow. You know, to a Californian, that's unfathomable at this point. I've seen that. I've seen this snow that you talk of.
Joy's
I've
not
heard of it.
down. I was
snow there.
You first.
I do you know, because I'm from where I'm from, I loved snow until the first week, and then I was like, oh my gosh, where's this snow needs to go away. But I'm from a warm weather place, you know.
Back in my college or shortly thereafter days, I was up at a dance retreat in Big Bear, and there was a sudden snowstorm, so we were all up there enjoying the snow, but none of us had brought anything snow related because there hadn't been any snow. So I'm in like a pair of Keds and all of these lowland people up in Big Bear in like sneakers and hoodies.
Good old kids. Good old kids. Reliable kids. I'm so old, I'll still wear Fila.
I liked Keds and Vans better than Converse because they were a little bit wider, so they fit my foot better.
I liked Vans because Vans back in the day were like $25-$30, and Converse were like $45.
I have a pair of Christmas Converse though. They're
that's
red
awesome.
and green plaid, and around the Chuck Taylor is a little Christmas wreath.
Aww.
And the crazy thing is they had hanging from the back some little jingle bells. And I remember I was walking around the mall doing my shopping, and finally I said to myself, I'm like, what is that infernal jingling noise following me all around the mall? Jingle, jingle. And then I'm like, oh, it's me. It's my shoes.
Oh my gosh, you totally reminded me of the stinky fabric when I was driving home, and I'm like, LA smells so bad. Then I get in the valley, I'm like, oh, the valley stinks too. And then I realized it was me. And I was literally saying how smelly LA was, but it wasn't LA, it was me. Oh, that's funny. Joy is like, no snow. Mother, I hate snow. Makes me a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that about the snow. It's just weather is funny that way.
My mother grew up in Canada, and her parents were visiting. My grandfather, my grandmother was first generation, but my grandfather was from England, and so they had come down from Canada for the winter to get away from the snow. My mom thought it would be so entertaining to take them up to Big Bear to go see the snow, because she'd been in California long enough that the snow was a novelty again. My grandfather was not amused. I came down here to get away from that.
That's like bringing a person from Portland to LA on a day it rains,
Right? Look at this lovely rain. You don't have that in Portland.
That's why when people come from Florida, I never talk about the weather because they have the same weather that we have.
Honestly, I think that California has better weather than Florida because Florida gets really humid.
And they get like hurricanes.
Yeah. We've done a hurricane. That was enough for 6 lifetimes.
What was that, 1980? What was that, 88, 89?
That was 1988.
Oh, wow. Wow. My family still owns that house in Mexico, too, that we stayed at. They still own that house.
Sydney says, I hate ice storms. And Joy says, but it really doesn't last long where I live, but I hate it. And then Sydney says, Joy, it doesn't last around here either.
I've only been one place where it snowed. I've been to this place. I don't know if anyone knows it. It's called Saskatoon, Canada. It's the only place I've ever been where I've seen more than like 8 feet of snow. Everywhere else it does not snow like that.
I was with my boyfriend visiting his family in West Virginia / Kentucky, but it was up in the Appalachians, and they had this like terrible snowstorm one winter, and we got stuck. We were trying to go to the airport, and we just had to turn around and reschedule our flight because the snow was so bad.
Yikes. See, I have rarely had to experience stuff like that. Whenever I see a delay like on a plane, it's because I'm in the warm place going to the cold place. I've been to Chicago where like I was wearing 5 coats and the wind whipped through it.
Oof.
And I was like, I could not live here. Do you know, I have a friend, she's from Kenya, and she lives in the Trump Towers.
Huh.
In the Chicago, Trump has Trump Towers, all in major cities.
Okay.
But he has one in Chicago. It's an apartment building, and she lives in it. And every time she posts something, it'll say, Trump Tower, Chicago, or something.
Oh no.
Oh,
Sydney was in Hurricane Elena.
Oh, wow.
I was in Hurricane Gilbert, and that was one of those that they used as a comparison to all the other hurricanes until like just a couple years ago. They would say, well, this one is a such and such. We had a big one in 1988, and this one isn't that bad, but it's still a bad hurricane. Or they'd say, this is the 4th worst hurricane since the category 5 in 1988.
Exactly.
Alibaba says, I did very well in our big ice storm. Weeks of no power. Wow. I was supplying most of the community kindling for lighting the wettish wood they were giving out. People still remember that from back then, 1996. Wow.
Do you know what's really funny? From the 94 earthquake, my mom still brings up the neighbors because they had a potluck dinner every night for a month,
Oh, wow.
People were scared to go in their homes. And my mom still remembers all the neighbors who like kind of just hid in their house.
Wow.
Wow. That's crazy. All right, now I have to clear all this space to sew. I've amassed so much crud on. Do you know that's the one thing about having a desk is that it's such a glorious place to put stuff.
Right?
What's the point of having a desk if you can't clog it with tchotchkes and sewing stuff? And
I have
of course,
some
coffee.
I descaled my Nespresso machine, and I kept the solution because it's a really good, like rust and crud remover for parts and things. So I put it in some jars, and I went to put it over by my workspace. And so I put it on the desk. I'm like, wait, Why is my desk so crowded with projects that I can't work on a project?
Exactly. I spend more time cleaning up my desk than sewing on it half the time.
Joy has something clogged. What are we talking about?
I'm thinking a desk.
Oh, I
That's how-
understand.
That's how I live my life, is clogged. Oh man, I should not have eaten all that candy last night.
Ooh, is your tummy bothering you too?
No, it's my teeth.
Mm.
Do you know, I'm one of those people that I know my body in and out. I know it well. And whenever I eat large amounts of candy, my teeth hurt. So
Ouch.
common sense would tell you. But tonight's my last night on prednisone. My desk, room for keyboard and coffee cup. Exactly. Same. Joy and I have the same desk. But ever since, because I used to have this mat on a sewing table, and I'd use that sewing table for everything, but I needed more space.
Mm.
And so, like all good sewists, I made it. Oh, excuse me. That's one thing I love about this desk. I know I've said this 100 times, but do you know how expensive desks are? Oh, right. Finally got some sewing in tonight, huh? Well, I was sewing the entire time, just hand sewing. Oh, man.
Joy said the C word.
What's that?
Coffee.
Oh, now, was that the Pee Wee Herman word of the day? Is the couch talking? The walls are jumping? The clock's talking? Do you know what's really funny? Oh, he's lifting weights. It sounds like, man, something is going to happen in my house, and I won't even react because he makes so much noise in my house. How was your treadle?
I was just looking at it last night. In the little drawer. There's some velvet in the drawer for the parts, and so I was looking at that last night because I was thinking I would replace the velvet because it's kind of nasty, but I'm trying to keep it original. So I don't know. I think maybe what I'll do is clean it and see how clean it comes. It's pretty faded, but if I can get it clean, I might just leave it in there.
You totally reminded me of something. What? Ooh. I just made a Caesar drink. Clamato, Worcestershire, seasoning A. So what constitutes as a coffin top for a sewing machine? And I'm asking this in all seriousness.
Well, the treadle machines, you had kind of the two options of the ones that like flip down into the table, and then the others were the coffin tops where that had like a box that sat on top of the table.
Because in all my cleaning, a long time ago, there's a white sewing machine that you can't see it because it's so covered with all that junk over there. But everything, okay, I don't know if you could see this sewing machine. Like, I don't know if you could see this.
Yeah.
But it's actually on a 6-foot table.
Oh, wow.
And they built the machine into the table, and no way, shape, or form is it functioning the way it is. The machine works. The machine is 100% functioning, but they closed the part where the treadle would go, where the rope would go.
Oh.
But in my cleaning, because I purchased this at my local swap meet, I walked up to this young man. He had a sewing machine, and let's be real, I'm not saying it was stolen, but he didn't know what he had.
Mm.
And he was like, I want $200 for it. I looked at him, I said, I'll give you $50 right now if you help me put it in my car. And he was like, sold. So I scored the table, but I forgot I had this top. I've had it the entire time.
Okay. So someone like put a new top and put the machine on it?
The second you said velvet, it totally triggered the memory of it. But this, I've never put the top on because I display my sewing machines. Oh, but this came with the sewing machine. I think somebody tried to turn that sewing machine into art.
Uh-huh.
And look how huge this is. This is the top of the table. It's almost the
Wow.
size of my desk. But it's weirdly carpeted.
Yeah, it's got some
It's
crushed velvet going on.
But when I've been cleaning it, I found this. I was like, man, I forgot I had this thing because it's so in the way. Because I'm a sewist. If I buy a sewing machine, I'm gonna use a sewing machine. Square top. The square top made of wood, bent wood, is not a coffin top. Good to know. Weird. Absolutely weird. That is not a white. It is. It says white rotary on it. See, now I have to take a picture of it because it's such a mess in here. I don't have a camera that goes over there. Here, I will take a picture.
So while you do that, Joy asked if the machine stitches. Joy, I have not tried to sew with it yet, but it turns, so it just needs some cleaning. It's actually in pretty good shape. It just needs cleaning and servicing. So I'm assuming that it stitches, but
It needs cleaning, and
I
I
haven't tried
made
it.
you big on purpose. It needs servicing,
Oh,
huh? I know a guy.
you
I
know
know
a
this
guy.
guy. I know this guy that might be able to fix that for you. To completely put you on the spot and make you big. I know a guy that could probably make that work in 3 seconds. That may or may not literally be his thing.
But I'm assuming that it stitches, but I need to get a belt for the treadle, or just see if I have one that I can make the right size.
Oh, whoops, I gotta actually put something in there. There are 2 pictures I want to show you. So are you a bit of an explorer with your food? Not so
Yes.
much.
Yes.
I
Except I'm not
passed
going to eat ocean bugs.
I know you have limits and I respect them. I drive past this place all the time and I am so curious, and they advertise for places like this all the time where I live. Here, we'll do that picture and then we'll do that one. And you know what? It very much may not be a white rotary.
Well,
Like
it
he
could
might
be.
have just painted a white rotary on his sewing machine. This guy, and I don't bring it up, but this young man appeared. Oh, let's not. If I'm sharing, I need to switch that because I know it. I have the worst Twitter here. Here we go. I have the worst Twitter. Am I
It
sharing that yet?
could
No. Okay,
no.
good. Okay.
It could be that the machine is a white rotary, but they just put it on a different table. That's
Feels
what
like they
Ali
put
is
the.
suggesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. The desk is not white rotary at all in any way, shape, or form. The top of the desk are not white. Oh, okay. Yeah, the machine is definitely a white. And I'm glad because it came with a bobbin too. Which sewing machine collectors will only sewing machine collectors will understand how important it is to come with the original bobbin. I got one before where the guy who gave me the machine used nylon yellow rope fused together for a belt. It worked.
Huh.
Hey, if it works, I'm not going to judge. It's a white rotary. The desk is just not right. Seems like a writing desk. Exactly. It's huge. The desk is absolutely huge. Present, share screen. The artist formerly known as Twitter. We'll go this one first. Okay. Would you ever be willing to try carne asada pizza?
It's It sounds like a Philly cheesesteak with tomato sauce.
Well, we don't know if they put tomato sauce on it or not. This is
Well, that's true.
well, you would not need an interpreter, but in this neighborhood, most people would need an interpreter. And this isn't the only place that advertised. This is the most classiest place, cleanest look. Because this whole building is that place. Like this whole
wow.
building is huge.
Yeah.
I've actually walked in there. They do have good food.
Okay. And did
But
you try the carne asada pizza?
Never.
Why not?
Because for as much as I'm an explorer, I didn't have an EpiPen that day. I'm kidding. And please excuse my gauntlet of lighters. Yes, I have a giant cup of lighters. I'm a mess, but that's the white rotary. Dusty.
Poor thing.
It's holding up some important stuff. That whole corner is dusty. Look, even oh, they're both coming out since they both even Jordy and Worf, they're dusty, both of them. Poor guys.
I think I saw a cobweb on Jordy.
Jordy definitely comes with cobwebs. Definitely. I strangely have 3 white bobbins, but no machine. I collect parts to sewing machines I don't have.
I'll give you an address you can send those to, Alibaba.
YouTube it. A lighter is a handy item to have in a sewing room. Absolutely. I have quite a few around. Oh, what's happened to you? Here, we'll do that. We'll come back to you later. Okay. It's an old house. I was raised by a Vietnam veteran. I was a Boy Scout, so I'm always prepared. And I watched G.I. Joe as a child. So I am beyond prepared for everything. I forgot I had this here. This is so odd to me. And I'm so glad I got to share it with you guys. I've had this for 5 or 6 years in this room. This is the weirdest thing. And the young man appeared to not know anything about the machine. And for $50, he gave me a table and a sewing machine. So he was hurting.
You could hang that up and use it as a pin board.
It's if you look at the back, it's hardwood. It's really hardwood. Like that thing is solid. There's no give on the cushion.
You could do that thing where you do the diamonds of ribbon across it, and then you can tuck in bits and pieces that you need to keep handy.
That's not a bad idea at all. That's not a bad idea.
You can use it to store your patches until you sew them on your coats.
That sewing machine has been there so long, I forgot about the whole story behind that thing. I felt bad because I felt like the young man was like on drugs or something, and I felt like I was kind of ripping him off.
I mean, do you think he stole it, or do you think it was like some relatives and they didn't want it anymore, or what do you think was going on?
It's hard to tell because as somebody who has generational tools, it's hard for me to see someone's grandpa's tools at the swap meet.
Yeah.
Because I recognize the boxes. I reckon, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm kind of like that with sewing machines. Like, you never know how stuff gets at the swap meet.
Yeah.
But then I watched this story about a very famous San Francisco flea market. The cops did a raid. 80% of the stuff there was stolen.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I bought my, you're going to laugh. Did I buy that at the swap meet? I think I did. My touch and sew cams, my box of touch and sew cams. They didn't know what they had. You know, I'm like, I was like, I'll give you $2. They're like, oh, you can have it, $1. You know, I'm like, thank you. On my new touch and sew. Sewing finally has the cams.
Yeah, that is nice wood, Allie. When he showed it, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe we don't want to pin into it.
It's really, that's why I put it back behind everything, because it's a nice piece. It's just, you know, there's no place for it when I needed the actual table, which is now holding up my cable box and everything else. That's one of those sewing machines that I'm not going to sell, though.
Yeah.
It would be a Herculean task just to get it out of this room, honestly.
So is there a treadle on it, or like, so
No,
that's just a table with nothing attached, right?
perfectly built around it. Like there's
Okay.
no space to put the there's no space to put the rope in.
But I mean, is there a treadle?
No.
Okay. So I guess you need to, does it have a place to mount a motor, or would you need to mount a motor separately and then just run a belt from the motor to the machine?
I think there is a place to mount the it might be durable, but I think this was pre-motor.
Okay.
Because whites are deceptively old because they put the same print on them over and over and over.
Yeah.
But like always saying, you can always mount a motor. I discovered that with Kenmore and Singer. They go together like peas and carrots. And so you could always mount a motor.
Alibaba's doing some bobbin fishing. It says, no, Waternay, I'm using the bobbins as bait. Just waiting for that machine to come closer and bam, snag it.
I like that. What if I walk around with bobbins, like around, if I put some bobbins on a chain and wear them? Will I catch some sewing machines that way?
That Westinghouse motor is so cool. I got one. And the little foot pedal that's shaped like a little shoe print.
I have to see if I have quite a few Westinghouse motors. I need to get in my other toolbox. I covered it because it's nothing but vintage sewing machine parts. And lately I've found nothing but 1960s sewing machines.
Nice.
But if you think about it, that generation is aging out.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense that they're touch and sews and all these machines are coming because they've had it in their house. My grandmother had almost every machine she ever bought in her house, except for the ones my cousin took, which I'm still bitter about.
Why does your cousin sew?
To be honest, yes. She actually went to FIDM too.
Okay.
But
I'm a little less miffed about it then.
But to say that, but she's like, have you ever met somebody and you're like, that law degree would be better with me and less with you?
You'll just take her FITM diploma and hope it rubs off on you.
I've done
extras.
I've done more notable work than she has. And yes, I'm bitter. If you're watching this, I am bitter. On your new touch and sew
sewing machine by Singer.
I'm all zipper happy though. I'm so glad Pam got me out of my shell and she got me into I'm not scared of zippers anymore.
Nice.
So kudos to you, Pam.
I have an old sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just doing my cliche perfect.
I have an old advertisement for the Westinghouse motor from the 20s, and it shows that you can take this motor and you can attach it to your vacuum, you can attach it to your sewing machine, you can attach it to your kitchen mixer.
Do you know those illustrations are gold? Are like literal gold. because you can't do half of those. Or if you do, you're going to tax the Hades out of that motor. On your new touching so. You know, I like my so-called life. I'm slowly growing into my new name.
Excellent. I'm glad you like it.
No, it's time, you know. I am out of my sewing infancy. It's time to grow up. I'm adding zippers. I'm moving on. I'm gonna make it after all. Who watched Mary Tyler Moore, huh?
When you said you were moving on, I had moving on up in my
Oh, that stabbed me. We can sing that too. Fish don't fry in the kitchen. Beans don't burn in the grill. Oh, that one stabbed me good. Oh, that got me. Moving on up to the east side. That's actually a good song.
Yes.
Anything gospel-y like that'll get you going. Okay. Oh man, that hooked my finger, but that's okay.
Ouch.
Ooh, that one bit me. Charlie bit me. Who remembers that video? That's an old YouTube. I
Ted
love
Knight.
the Mary Tyler Moore.
Was Ted Knight on Mary Tyler Moore?
We're gonna make it. She's on every night on channel 8 here in Los Angeles. So I watch Mary Tyler Moore at like 12:30 every night, and then they show the Dick Van Dyke Show, and then they show Mary Tyler Moore after. So you get a double dose of her.
Was Ted Knight on Mary Tyler Moore? Oh, see, Joy's saying the C word again.
Absolutely.
Was one of the reporters. Oh, I just know him from Love Boat.
I know exactly who you're talking about now. Yeah, he was on Mary Tyler Moore. He was on the when they were in color.
I didn't see Mary Tyler Moore show very often.
The only reason my reference is so crispy is because I watch it now. So anything I watched as a kid, like I watched Mr. Ed as a kid, but I really can't think of it because now I watch it on TV. It's on TV now, you know. It's weird though when I see a certain episode and I remember watching it. You know, 30 something years ago, you know. Oh man, I am so glad I decided to start adding zippers on everything.
Pam had an excellent idea for you.
Well, it's a good way to finish on my old projects either, because I kind of like didn't know what to do, and they were so nice looking. I didn't want to mess them up.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You're 54-ish. What does that mean? You're not that much older than me, Alibaba.
On your new touching so.
I had an existential crisis at my birthday when someone mentioned something being 50 years ago, and it was within my lifetime. And I'm like, well, wait, no, that can't be right. And then I'm like, oh, yes, unfortunately, it can be right. Well, I'm 65, living 25. What was that?
Sorry, last year, there was a meme that said the PlayStation 2 came out 23 years ago. It kind of made me want to cry. I remember I worked at Robinson's, Maine. I saved up money for my PlayStation 2.
When I was in grad school, taking that Jane Austen class, sorry, Kilroy, no. I worked as a graduate assistant. And so I was talking to the professor that I worked for, and he was saying, oh, yeah, that was like 20 years ago, wasn't it? And I'm like, no, it wasn't. And I'm like, oh, my goodness gracious. Because I started grad school in 2004. So it was I was there for, a year or so before I started working for him. And I'm like, oh no, it really was
Time is
almost
so
20 years
cruel.
ago.
Time is so cruel.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Joy is back.
Okay,
Joy is
good.
back with coffee.
Good, because
I'm
I was waiting for Joy so I could try on my coat.
Oh,
'Cause
nice.
you want to
See
know
the
why?
zipper.
Because we're gonna make it after all. Now I have the Mary Tyler Moore song stuck in my head. This was a great stream to my so-called life. This is my so-called life. I'm adding stuff on old coats, getting back to where it should have been in the first place. Bam. And it has that beautiful zipper sound.
That
I have
came
to
out
say,
well.
coating. I am the great coat maker. I have so many coats, and because I can tell you guys don't go back and watch my old videos, because I'll pull something out and they're like, "Oh, that's nice," and I'm like, "Well, I made a video about it 2 years ago." I have a catalog. I expect no one to watch all my videos, but like, this coat is going to be worn all the time now, and all I had to do was add a zipper to it, and it brought it back to life. I
Very
bought
nice.
this particular material, I believe, is from Walmart, but at this point, I can't even tell anymore.
Yeah, you made that one, what, like 4 months ago? Something like that?
I'd have to look. It's so weird when I look at my videos and I see a year ago or 2 years ago.
Because weren't you making that one on the stream and you were debating about the like the trim on the cuffs and stuff?
Well, I actually made a coat that's the opposite of this color. This is black and
Oh!
white. The other one was white and black. The black's more predominant on this one. The other one was the white was more predominant. And I know that because this is more of a cross pattern and the other one was more Native American. And this is just like almost like a bamboo design. It's really
I don't
weird.
think I saw that one, but maybe I'm imagining things. Oh, hello, Mona. We have another person in the chat.
Hello, Mona. How are you this evening? You're right. I don't watch you. Hello, Mona. How are you? Welcome. Awesome. I have Mary Tyler Moore theme song stuck in my head now. I love your thumbnail. We're gonna make
That's a great hat.
You know I'm the great hatter. You know I am all about hats.
Well, Mona's wearing a nice one. Did you see it?
Absolutely. Which reminds me of awesome. This is why Amazon and I are breaking up because they can't even send me a cowboy hat. I don't have to deal with the 50 other ones that I have. You know, it's the coat and the hat. It was my, well, it still is my style, but it just got warm. And so I started wearing the hat and not the coat, you know?
Ouch, 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 ouch. Oh, my word. I stretched and gave myself a stomach cramp. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
It's okay. I stabbed myself on stream and literally yelped.
Oh, ouch, ouch. What the heck? Ouch.
Stretch.
Oh, ouch. That was unexpected. Oh, my word.
Yay. Awesome.
Sorry, didn't mean to derail things.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Awesome.
Whew.
Ooh. Oh, Mona, welcome. I like your channel. Yay.
Oh, I have share with the class.
I love meeting people who sew. That's why I changed the name of my channel recently, was to expand and continue to meet more people who sew. Because that's the whole point of this YouTube experience in the first place. I just subbed as well. Awesome. Awesome.
Ooh, I like that backpack. Very nice.
Me too. Anything sewing on there, I'm the same way. And that's why sometimes when something will happen, someone will say something, and I'm like, I am not paying attention to the world because I'm too busy watching every Friday sew on Friday. I'm watching all the Saturday sews. I see you Saturday sew people. I see you because I've made a few Saturday sew videos. Awesome. Me too. Anything. Yeah, I'm the same way, Joy. That's why I get so mad at the whole experience of the censoring of what's going on right now as far as YouTube and stuff like that. Because we have less of a chance to meet new people and things like that, you know?
Mm.
That's one of the reasons I started doing more lives and more sewing on stream, because they were really coming after my videos. And I just bought this 6 miles of black thread, so I will be sewing for. I'm kidding.
Oh,
Awesome.
did you check? Did you have a look at the music from that streaming service I sent you?
No, but I'm gonna I need something because it's really affecting my channel, so I definitely need to check that out. All right, I'll go for 10 more minutes. We made it the full 4 hours this evening,
Wow.
even with tooth pain and everything else. Awesome. On Saturday, I'm sure I will have harrowing tales of all my sewing adventures.
Oh, I like Evelyn Wood. Do you know how she's doing? I was meaning to check for an update on Evelyn.
Is she from Australia?
Yeah.
She's the one that I use the word defluffing because of her. If you ever hear me say defluffing, it's literally because I've been subscribed to her for 5 years. Yeah, that the cancer video made me want to cry as well.
Are you thinking of, is Kevin MacLeod the Canadian who does the music for YouTube videos? He was all over the internet there for a while. I like his stuff.
They've been punishing me for wanting to use a copyrighted stuff, so it's just, and honestly, the way they treat shorts is different than the way that they treat videos, you know. Awesome. No, I think it was a couple months ago. Awesome. She's the third sewing lady that has cancer. Fuck cancer. That's insane. See, that's what I'm saying. But you know, a lot of this comes from when my mom got breast cancer. I witnessed her go through chemo. She had a mastectomy. Cancer is serious, you know. My father passed away from cancer. And so, yeah, F cancer. He does a great impression of Hank Williams. That's awesome. And I am in love with my new stop cam as well. Awesome.
I don't have any of that kind of equipment, you know, like camera switching and.
Well, if you hit stop cam, it goes to your logo.
Oh, right. I thought you were talking about a button on your switcher from your different perspectives and things.
Oh no, those are just a bunch of webcams that I bought. I've purchased over the years. And I have because son of an engineer here, I have miles of cord in this room. That's why I'm able to have these like intricate. I still have not got the CCTV camera down, the angle down yet though. Because I feel like I adjusted almost every stream.
Maybe it droops in the night or something.
I have to get myself ready for my my outro because I have to change it. I've been saying this is Godless Sewing from the Godless Sewing channel. Go subscribe to the Godless Sewing channel for 4 years.
So do you have some new pattern now?
Well, we have to figure out what kind of it's different when you're on your own channel. Because when I used to get so excited, I would promote my channel on other people's channel, you know. I should say, thank you for watching the Godless Sewing channel. See, already fail. Okay, let's try to take off before I just bonk on the runway. This is my so-called life. My so-called life. This is my so-called life. My so-called life is sponsored by. I know we've all heard that a gajillion times. Ooh, I don't have to change that either. Do you know I recorded that once 3 years ago and I use that in every video? My so-called life is sponsored by. I'm gonna have to think of a new catchphrase. And you know what? Honestly, I want to thank everyone because it was time. It was time. It was time to come out of the caves. The water's fine. It's okay that I don't have an edgy name anymore. On your new touch and sew. Thank you very much, Joy. On your new touch and sew. I think I'm that is such a good way to end this stream. Because if you want to get the most fun out of life, of being, I can't even say it without being misogynistic. Get the most fun out of life. When do you think that this commercial was? When do you think this commercial was made? The Touch and Sew was 70s. We figured that out.
Didn't the Golden Touch and Sew come out in 73? Isn't that
there you go? So this commercial is 73, 74-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And it's strange.
I mean, some people are mothers and wives and they're all about that life. So, you know, no shame to them.
You know, I feel like we do need to change things up around here. So I'm gonna start being more positive and showing this commercial until they're like send me a cease and desist letter, until they physically tell me to stop playing this. Sewing.
The most fun out of life, out of being a mother and wife, with new fashion, excitement that's all created by you. On your new Touch and Sew sewing machine, singer, Touch and Sew, another fun singer.
Be the girl with the golden touch on your new Singer Golden Touch and Sew machine. Dozens of exclusive features, like this new built-in needle threader for the golden slant needle and the push-button bobbin that winds right in the machine. You can do all 3 kinds of sewing: straight, zigzag, and chain
Touch and Sew.
Touch and Sew.
I love how they undo the change.
Come sew on one at your Singer Center. Choose from 5 Touch and Sew models from $149.95.
What's
New for tomorrow? Let's make Singer today. Oh, come on. On your new Touch and Sew. You're very welcome, Joy. New Touch and Sew. That Singer, I bet, would get you to stop. Exactly. They would send a cease and desist. There's a
Which
young
makes
man.
no sense. You're literally showing a commercial for their product.
There is a young man who owns most of the old black and white Singer commercials, and he famously will copyright strike anyone.
Hmm.
I don't even want to say his name out loud because I might get a copyright strike just saying the man's name. Oh, it's funny. Oh my gosh. I want to know, did he like go back and buy all the rights to the singer commercials? Because if you look it up, his name is on the freaking, like, he owns the commercials. I did a little research.
Mm. Well, maybe he was a big fan.
Well, he's a bitter fan because he's copyright striking everybody. Fans promote, you know. All right. I'll be back. My so-called life, godless sewing, whatever inception of this channel that will be here on Saturday will be here. I'd like to thank everybody. Seriously, we're going in a different direction. This is now the Touch and Show. I can't even say it. Touch and Sew Nation. Touch and Sew Universe.
I
But
like House of Sewing.
I know we are the House of Sewing. As a Klingon, you know, we have many labels. So I want to thank everybody. Seriously, if you've made it this far, to all the people who watch this in the future, I absolutely thank you. I always say this, but it's true. You guys make this channel what it is. I would be here just to shrub sewing by myself, but it's you guys. So I appreciate everybody. And hopefully I feel better. My mouth isn't in pain and my tongue isn't hurting. But I'll be back at it on Saturday. I'm working on a video right now. It's going to be a really dramatic video about my name change, about getting back on the horse and just getting back into doing what I love to do. So I will be around, and I hope everybody has a great night. I'll see you on Saturday. So Joy, Pam, Alibaba, Kilroy, everybody who was in the chat this evening, I absolutely thank you. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Bye.